Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears!
Parental advisory, explicit content coming right up to you. Put your kids away. It's about to be a very dicey show, man. You know how we talk around here, but welcome on into the show. This is some extra sauce on this fine Wednesday night, hump day on your A's. And we came here to give it to you all, man, at the very butt end of the Chicago Bears offseason, man. We are in the building come Saturday night. I'm talking about Bears players, rookies, and I think you can expect the vets to show up around Monday or Tuesday. I'm sure. I haven't checked, but pretty sure they'll be right behind those guys and giving those rookies a little bit of leg up as to what an NFL training camp is supposed to be, what you're going to have to do. So rightfully so, you get the rookies in a little bit earlier. Veterans know what it is. They don't need to be there as early as Saturday. So we about to get it going, man. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. Lots of stuff to talk about. Just to give you a little preview, there's some stuff as far as Doomsday Survival goes, man. I did a lot of homework on this, man, to kind of I just like to see our people be educated as to what's going on, get ahead of it before it gets on top of you. And so some of the stuff we're going to be talking about there, I want you guys to pay close attention to. And also, we're going to do probably a couple movies here, maybe one album review. We got a little preview of a movie that's coming out that I think Kedz is real excited about. He likes this genre. We got a trailer coming up for that. And a bunch of other stuff. I know you know where we're going.
You know I don't watch trailers, right?
That's good. That's good.
I would tell you that.
You're going to be it's going to be right up your alley, man.
All right.
So yeah, welcome on in, you guys, man. As people start to file up in here, make sure you subscribe to all three channels, Sports Chicago Style, Kedz Canuck, and the Nomad Network. Before we get going, hit those buttons for us. It's totally free, costs you nothing. And we can get going and have a good night, man. We're about to get it rocking here. Let me shut my mouth and pass it on to what Kedz says is cold-ass Canada. So I ain't going to give him an alley-oop. He might be a little heavy at the bottom.
Might hurt my fingers. Look, it's cold, man. It's cold in Canada. I don't know about the rest of the planet Earth, but it's cold, man. So I'm just letting y'all know. It's not like freezing cold. But it's cold enough that I'm wearing a hoodie out here, full pair of pants and all that fun jazz. But I ain't gonna let that stop me from feeling the Bears' warmth from right here in sunny Canada, regardless. But welcome in. It's Wednesday night. Time for some extra sauce, y'all. We're gonna get it done and get into some Bears stuff as well as some food and booze and doom and gloom, all the fun things. But that being said. Trip, it's cracking.
It's Wednesday. I was like, oh yeah, I'm about to take a nap. And it's oh damn, show tonight. Some extra sauce. So it's like here I am. It's cooler, mid 70s. I was able to, keep the man out the pocket today by turning, well, not really turning the AC off. It's just below the thermostat level. It's cracked open some windows and. Yeah, it's a beautiful end of July week, and camp is starting up, which means it's going to get cold for real soon enough. So, yeah, enjoying it while it's still here.
Amen to that. I guess I'll start off with, the way my week is going. I got some pieces moving around right about now. Of course, I've been still over there. I pretty much exercised the demon on pretty much one half of the yard, which was the most, task-worthy, man. It was a lot over there, but I pretty much got it down to nothing now. I finished that up kind of today and got started on the other side, which has it's let's just say less quantity, but more quality. So the stumps are a lot bigger over there. It's big bushes over there. So It's a handful of those over there. I'm a see what I can do with my hands before I have to go to a more powerful tool or something. But we'll see, man. We got that going on. Mom's going to go on another vacation to a jazz concert with her guy and some other couples and shit. So I'm gonna be trying to manage her rebuild while she's gone. Also, my girlfriend's birthday is the 30th, and she's off starting Friday. And so, no maniacs. I'm just telling y'all right now. I know the content's been light in this part of the summer because I'm moving around. I just got stuff moving and going, but she's gonna be on vacation, so content might be here, might be there. Don't take it personal, y'all. Stay in there with us. I'm just gonna try to enjoy her vacation and her birthday coming up on the 30th. She already requested a damn ribeye off the grill, so I know I gotta do that. Yeah, other stuff we got planned for that, man. She don't know, but I got some stuff for her. So, how's your week been, bro?
Man,
damn, Ron Minarski ain't been bad as his.
This morning was a huge black bear in my yard. The bear should sign him out like that. Yeah, man. You tell him to put a resume in and all that. Oh, geez, man. That's
that D tackle shit.
That's too funny, man. I ain't seen none of them so far. Knock on wood. And I know they're all over the place out in this neck of the woods, so whatever. But yeah, man. As far as the week's concerned, things been all right. Pretty status quo, regular week. Mind you, I just got into looking at my some business stuff. Just got to looking at my numbers and stuff for the month. I am destroying it, putting it down this month. So things are working out very, very well. I'm quite certain next month will work out very well as well with some of the stuff I got lined up. So I'm a little bit hype, and I think I deserve to give myself a Barry Horowitz Iron Mike Show pat on the back.
You in the corporate world, huh?
Yeah, man. Trust me, man. It ain't always awesome, but this month I'm leading the whole team and just destroying it, putting it down. Stuff is just falling out the sky. Lucchini falling from the sky. Let's get rich. What?
Hey,
that's what's going on.
I got a question for you, man. You hang around the corporate world quite a bit, and I might be a little off by saying this, but because I don't really know what it means. I've always heard the word, but I don't know what it means. What the fuck does schmuck means?
Schmuck?
You schmuck.
Yeah.
Why is it? Why do you think that's corporate?
That's not corporate.
That's not corporate.
That's Jewish slang.
That's Jewish. Thank you, Trip. At least it ain't just me.
Jewish people are typically corporate people.
Oh, fair enough. So you were called a schmuck by a Jew, is what you're saying?
In a laughing way.
In a roundabout way, in a roundabout manner. Nonetheless,
I'm a smart schmuck.
You're a smart schmuck. It's Yiddish, man. So I'm not gonna be able to give you like a real fair translation. It just means that like you're
a foolish, contemptible, or an obnoxious person.
There you go. Yeah,
I do have a pretty wise tongue at times. You know, when I'm interacting with people.
I agree with that definition. That was a good call by that particular Israelite.
Actually, I was talking about you son of a. Trips got me into a story I got when I was in Missouri, but I was talking about your ass.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah, synonyms: jerk, fool, idiot, moron, imbecile.
Yeah.
I had him laughing, man, just wise cracking. And you know, that's how it is, but man, I got a feeling
they don't
I have a better one for if we're just asking random questions. Which the show is kind of all about. Here's one for you. Define Goomba.
Like your mistress.
Side piece.
Goomba means mistress?
Side piece for sure.
Didn't you watch The Sopranos?
I just know Italians. I know a lot of Italians. I never heard. Well, okay, so the guy who said it was definitely Italian. Like just to put it out there, it was the weirdest situation. It was me and my boy. We're working on some sales, but this guy's like a partner. We're not selling to him or anything, and we went out to lunch and we're talking about a client, and he's like, "This effing Goomba," and me and my boy kind of looked at each other and we're like, "What are you trying to say?" You know what I'm saying? Like, and we both turned back to the dude. We're like, what does that even mean, man? Like, should we be offended here or not? Like, what are you trying to say? So I'm not sure if I accept that as the answer, but I will accept it for now.
Well, no, here we go. Wait, I'm sorry. Check that. We got it wrong, Nomad.
Okay.
We said Goomba. It's it's different.
Gumar.
There you go. Different language, kids.
There you go.
I knew what he was
Goomba is primarily Italian American slang, meaning close friend,
Yeah, they lying.
buddy,
That ain't
or
what it
godfather.
means. Now I gotta ask an Italian.
That's Gumar. That's my bad. Gumar, not Goomba.
I knew exactly what he was trying to say. But
What was he trying to say?
know what you were trying to say.
Oh, okay.
I
was just like, look, I grew up with enough. I grew up with enough Italians to know usually it means the N-word. So I was a little bit taken aback when he said it, because I've definitely been called that other one, Moulignan. I had to knock somebody out.
Oh, that's
Mooley.
Yeah. Somebody caught it
for that shit.
Somebody caught it for.
I slapped a motherfucker straight to sleep for that.
I'm telling you, when I licked this boy, he was with his whole family, and it was like, oh, I'm gonna call my and his whole family picked up and left him. I was like, yeah, you ain't calling nobody. You better watch your mouth.
What's funny about it, the dude I did it to, I assume he didn't know exactly that I would understand what he was trying to say. He didn't know that I knew Italian people. And he said it, and I lit off on his ass. Paya, slapped fucking lightning off his fucking skull. He laid out. They got him up. I stayed right there. I did not move. I was in a majority Italian crowd. It was just like, well, he had it coming, you know. And he ended up giving me money.
Oh, really?
Motherfucker ended up giving me money. Motherfucker gave me like $1,500.
Oh, damn.
I was like, okay, man, you know what? I don't need you to give me $1,500, but I ain't turning shit down. I ain't turning shit down by my motherfucking collar. Give me that shit. That's all I'm doing.
The only reason I knew it from before Eddie Murphy. I think it's Raw where he's saying that stuff. Hey, give me the jujubes. Some juju roots,
honey at Trans Am,
and it's on the Moulignan. And I was like, oh, really? Okay, yeah, bro. Bop.
Typically, if you start hearing that kind of talk around a bunch of Italian people, somebody there is connected, and you should tread lightly. I didn't find that out until later,
bro.
That's where the money came from, because I was insulted.
Okay, no, this was at school. And I went to Catholic school, and in the area of town where I grew up, the whole I tell y'all, like, Canada's a little bit different. So I'm from a project, but the Italians built the project. They built all around the project, pretty decent architectured houses, and it's sort of suburbs out towards where my school is. So there I go to school. I'm gonna say, man, like a good 85% of the population of the school was Italian. So all we did every day was play soccer. It was dope. Play mad soccer. But man, yeah, sometimes you gotta knock some people out.
Italians are very, and I don't want to stereotype nobody, but very straightforward, very I would just say out of the entire race of people that have pale skin, I think more soulful. And
I can't argue with that.
Well, that's the African in them.
Yeah.
You ever since we're talking about this,
they got the thickest hair.
What's that movie, man? True Romance. Either one of y'all ever see True Romance? We got to do that one on the show one of these days.
Sounds familiar.
Okay. Stop with shit and then don't leave me notes.
So True Romance.
Stop giving me the story, because if you really want to do it,
we're gonna do it. Okay, we'll do it. All right. note to self: we will do True Romance right here at on a Wednesday night for extra sauce. Stay tuned.
I got a homie named Ed, man. He's one of the favorites of the black girls. I just say that. You never let it be said that a white dude can come into a completely black crowd and he can't get no rhythm from no black girl. Never let it be said, because they can't.
Who, Coastal Lovely?
Whoever, man. You know, sometimes, you know, depending on what kind of why they have, they might get some rhythm on your ass.
Brother, the OG Christopher Wallace, aka Christopher Walken.
I don't know about him, but
what are you talking about? That's what I'm talking. You know, Trip knows what I'm talking about.
Christopher Walken?
Christopher Walken, aka Christopher Wallace.
Okay.
In The King of New York. Oh, okay. So I guess we're on to number 2 that we have to do here on a future episode. On a future episode of,
I know what you're talking about. I saw it. That we will do that one, but
we have to now.
Talking about in real life, I see these motherfuckers moving around. I moved around with them,
brother. I'm just saying that the one scene with him in that like he's partying, him and Larry Fish. They're just partying, bro. I'm like, hey, okay, all right, Chris. You got to give. I had to give him love ever since that scene alone.
In life, won't nobody fuck with that dude, man. He's scary as fuck with it.
Well, that's just his face, but that's a whole other story.
That's everything. What are you talking about?
Oh, snap.
Talking about in real life, these motherfuckers, man. Some of these motherfuckers ain't scared of shit. They will come right there to you. And, you know, one of them, one of his homeboys, I had to tell him, because he's real foul-mouthed and say some wrong shit. And I told him ahead of time, man, don't get in here acting crazy, man, because I'll be the first one to crack in your shit. Oh, no, I'll be cool. Let him on into the barbecue. You know what I'm saying? It's just like that. But, yeah, I've been around some characters, bro. When I tell you some good fellas, they probably in the mid-tier, lower-tier kind of guys, but seen some upper tier guys too. Been around some of them too. Right there in the city, man. Mm-hmm. They all over.
Yeah, shout out to our Italian peoples, man. I have a special, the special place in my heart. I truly have to say, man. So there's all of that, and I
mostly don't like them assholes, but some of them cool with me.
Assholes trying to like clean it all up and make it sound good and stuff, but listen, what the fuck?
They know they assholes. That's what's funny about it. They know they assholes. It ain't like I'm just saying this willy-nilly and like shit. Know they assholes. This motherfuckers know they assholes, man.
Look, it's just that's
it's like a cologne they wear, bro.
The third film, and we have done this show, this film on Extra Sauce is Malcolm X. And in Malcolm, remember the half black, half Italian homie? Yeah. Like that's like legit. That's like legit. Like the description that Red gives this homie early in the movie is like he's basically the most arrogant son of a bitch that's ever walked the face of the earth. He's got that just black attitude and the Italian attitude. There's no stopping this guy. You know what I mean? Like there's no stopping him. He will talk shit and put his foot in his mouth, and he'll likely back it up. So all through that movie, Red has to check the homie, and he's like, "Bro, like you need to calm down. You're getting this off."
That was Red Fox in real life, right?
Which one?
The one that was closest to him.
Okay,
no, that was Spike Lee though.
Yeah,
Spike Lee character. Okay.
So Spike Lee's character was Red Fox. Yeah.
Oh, you talking about the guy that was like
the half black, half Italian brother? Like he's not like they weren't like
he's a really good actor too. I know who you're talking about.
They weren't like homies, but he's part of the clique. He was doing stuff with him, and he'd always go over the top and kind of get them his shit. And Red had to check him. I keep calling him Red, but Malcolm X had to check him a couple of times in the movie. But that's like part of the story. But anyhow, like I'm just saying that like half black, half Italian, you probably amped up, bro.
I'll tell you too, another thing to know when you're dealing with an Italian motherfucker, a motherfucker will squab with your ass.
Oh yeah.
He will squab with your ass now.
Oh yeah.
He will get down now. He will. He might get his ass whooped, but he'll fight you.
And he will call his entire family if things go sideways. This
But
is
the thing is, you don't want things to go sideways, because there's one thing about cultures that we fail to recognize, is that the abuelas, the big mamas, the babushkas, the grandmamas, if they love you, come on in the kitchen, get you something to eat, baby.
Bruh. Oh,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
All right. And that's how it was. Like a lot, like basically my childhood was whipping people's asses and then winding up in their kitchen with their mom. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of how things just kind of progress. And then and we break bread, everything's straight, and it's cool. But sometimes,
it's like, damn, we have lasagna at home, but it don't taste like this.
no, oh man, you can't even compare.
You know what's funny about this story?
What?
I met a kid, and he was a kid that I was mentoring, but he was in this neighborhood. He wasn't at the place that I was working at. I met him in the hood on the north side of Columbus, Ohio. If you know anything about the north side of Columbus, Ohio, west side of Columbus, Ohio, you know it gets a little gutter over there.
Mm-hmm.
But this motherfucking Italian dude, man, he's right in the mix in there in the projects. Man, I literally took this boy on a home visit, and I had to stay with him. Man, look, all I heard, we was in this dude's kitchen. His grandma there, his auntie there. I don't know where. I think his mom was out there in the streets and shit. But all I know is I heard a bunch of ruckus. And next thing you know, the whole project started going up. This motherfucking Italian dude out there getting his ass mollywop. When I tell you mollywop, he getting his fucking ears stomped together. Man, that fucking dude, grandma went out there, got out there with a little stick. Don't make me beat your ass. Get off that boy. Get your ass off that boy. Got him up. I mean, to tell you, when I tell you he was jacked up, he was jacked up. Got him in the house, cleaned him up with some peroxide, alcohol, taped him on up and gave the motherfucker a plate. When I say a plate, I mean she filled this motherfucking plate up with all kinds of love. Because she had already cooked, because she knew I was bringing him there. So it was all kind of chicken and all kinds of shit in there, man. Macaroni and all kinds of good shit.
Parmesan.
Man, they filled that boy plate up. Man, that boy sat out there and they made up like they were just all family. You know what I'm saying? And they were just like, man, you shouldn't have did this. Whatever it was he did, they rallied around him and let him know it's all still love. Grandma made him the plate. He's sitting out there eating. Everybody eating by this point, but he had the biggest fucking plate. That just goes to show you that it's camaraderie in the hood, and don't matter who you are.
Yeah.
Camaraderie there.
But the thing is, whatever homie did, they told him. He earned that ass whooping.
Oh, yeah.
And then it was like, yeah, we whooped your ass, and everything's everything. Don't do that shit no more, though. But it's all good.
That's tripped out, man, because he's like the only, there might have been one or two little white girls running around there, but it was all black people, all Latino people. One dude whipped his ass, and then one like they just rat packed his ass and nothing like that and packed him out. One dude whipped his ass about some shit that it probably had something to do with some drugs and money or something, but whooped on his ass real good. And she was just like, hey, get off that boy. And took care of him, bandaged him up.
Come get something to eat, shit.
Gave him something to eat, and everybody was out there eating, just chilling.
Yes, man.
You just don't know what's going to pop off when you take a kid like that to the hood. I don't know their hood, but I'm quite comfortable in those environments, but just never know what's going to happen, what you're going to see. But Italian guy right in the hood.
Yeah, it's weird. The projects, having people in the projects, Robert Taylor homes on State Street back when they were there. It was, 16 floors of project, in groups. And, all hours of the day and night, somebody's got a big ass house speaker in the window playing, the GCI or the Dusties or some shit. The elevators and stairwells always smell like pee when elevators work. You got to watch certain stairwells because all the lights be out and people be waiting and stuff. It's just a different place, the projects.
It is what it is, Trips, is the through line, and the connectivity is the shared trauma.
Yeah.
Because everybody going through it.
Everybody, try to cry themselves to sleep at night hungry, counting roaches.
Yeah, everybody been through it. Ain't no motherfucker that live in the projects ain't been through it, and probably still going through it. Being in that space helps them, at least okay. Now I got some secure housing, and I can start, working my way to wherever I'm trying to get to. But everybody got the trauma. Trust me, everybody in that motherfucker got trauma, bro.
Yeah, look at White Ghost. He said he lived in Princeton, 53rd and State. They were the homies.
Man, dude, it's like it don't matter. Like if you come to a black neighborhood,
So
I don't give a fuck what color you are. It's just about, can you relate? Can you
What was the
relate?
name of that? Schultz Bakery. Every time you in that neighborhood, you can smell the freshly baking bread, kids.
Mm.
And it's like, yeah, that was right on. What is that on? That was on Garfield and State, I think, 55th and State. But it was a industrious area over there, and it's just a shame that they have to be the lower socioeconomic scale with all the bullshit that goes with that. But outside of all that, good peoples.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you get a lot of shit going on in those neighborhoods that you don't like, you don't want. But when you cut through some of that shit and see the people for who they are, man, these are good people, man. Some good people.
Princeton is west of the Dan Ryan.
I never really hung out too much around there.
Yeah,
it's right next to the Dan Ryan, actually, the parallel street. Or over that way. But yeah, the south side, there was the ice cream, Baldwin ice cream, where they made their own, butter pecan from scratch. That was over there. Was it Gladys's, soul food was over that way. A lot of just, iconic, historic south side of Chicago black-owned businesses.
Yeah,
in that area that we're talking about, that White Ghost general area.
I'm seeing a whole lot of I don't know, Trips, if you seeing it. I'm seeing a whole lot of mature brothers getting together with some young people and some, a mixture of older people and young people, and making a statement out there in the streets like, hey man, we claiming our neighborhood back. They're doing it a lot in Detroit. And I like that. Like I've been telling people all forever, the frequency has changed. And whether you with that shit or not, we're gonna find out. And it's gonna be a lot of people left behind. It's gonna be a lot of people hurt. A lot of people ain't gonna make it. But those are the people that won't change. And guess what? If you won't change, you're not willing to change, you're not willing to meet where everybody else is going, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you wait for your neighborhood to be gentrified, you ain't going to be able to live there no more. So you got to take the bull by the horns and as a community, fix that shit. I
don't know. White Ghost is real familiar with that part. I'm green to that part, White Ghost. I ain't gonna lie, but Trip seems to be kind of
familiar. Oh yeah, Wendy's. That place been there forever. And then the low budget gas stations right next to them. Everybody out there, let me get some change. Like kick rocks. Yeah, but that that's a very highly traveled area because along 55th, you got the Museum of Science and Industry that all the way east. So it's a boulevard. So it's a very highly traveled area. And it goes through many neighborhoods, going all the way west. But this part we're talking about just happens to be ghetto. Well, bro, as is most of 55th.
One thing you love about Chicago, kids, is you be riding through a certain part of the city anywhere. You don't like you don't like the vibe there. Just wait a couple more blocks. Turn another block here, turn another block there. Next thing you know, in a whole different environment.
Yeah.
Whole different environment. That's one thing beautiful about Chicago because of how wide it is, how diverse it is, and you get a vibe here, you get a vibe there. You get, I mean, me when I go to Chicago, I really like, moving around, like bar hopping, I just like the bar hop. You know what I mean? Go get a couple of beers here, go somewhere else, get a couple more, go somewhere else. You know, who knows? You might end up somewhere, just anywhere around that motherfucker. But it's just all kinds of hidden treasures in the city, man.
Yeah, see, Nomad's his bars is like the ones that you see old style, or cold cervezas, or
You
fria cervezas rather,
might get in the scrap or something.
cerveza fria. But dive bars.
Yeah, they got
Because
good.
now there's so many. Hey, let me get a beer. It's like, yeah, $15. Nah, just one, not a 6-pack. Yeah, $15. It's like, yeah, kiss my ass. And dive bars. Let me get a PBR, $2.
You know what's funny about me trips?
Get
I
old
don't know
style.
what it is. I don't know what it is about me, but most of the time when I go out, if I buy a beer, like if I'm hopping, if I buy a beer, that's probably the only beer I'm gonna buy. I'm sociable, man. Next thing you know, motherfuckers buying me another beer. They want me to hang out. You know what I mean? Where you going? Hang around. I'll get you another beer. That kind of shit.
Let's do some shots.
Yeah, like that kind of shit always happens around me. I don't know if it's just me, some of the people that I hang around, but it always happens. That when I go in a bar, I might pay for the first beer or whatever drink we have, but that's it. That's it.
Huh.
But I'm fortunate like that.
And then there are a lot of neighborhood bars, that the locals frequent. So it's like, hey, I don't know your face, and they're friendly. They're welcome.
Especially if you go in there and start talking shit about the Bears. So I always got that in my back pocket. That usually ends up breaking all the ice. That generates all the conversation. And you know me, I can lay that shit on thick. Next thing you know, we're in a deep ass conversation and people don't want you to go.
Mm-hmm.
It's when you get into the Cubs Sox conversation when it get tight.
Shit, everybody taking sides.
And then for the last few years, ain't nobody really want to talk about the Bulls that are the Blackhawks.
Nope. You got the black dudes in the corner that want to talk about the Bulls, but they waiting for somebody to bring that up. They just wait,
waiting like double dutch, ready to jump in.
Yeah, just like that.
Talk about basketball. Basketball.
That's my shit now. I'm in here now.
Let's go.
That's Chicago for you kids. You got all these people sitting around the bars waiting for. Ain't nobody talking about the Blackhawks. Trip might be around some.
Unless you in Jefferson Park.
Yeah, that's different. That's a different animal. You might want to explain to him what that is.
That's where all the police live.
Oh, police is about they about that hockey.
Well,
it's just that they white.
Every police bar you go to, you'll find everything in there. Every police bar. You ever been in a well, you haven't been in a police bar.
You know what?
Police bars, you legit have to have a badge to go in.
I felt so.
If you don't have a badge, you don't get to participate with the badge bunnies. And, because at one time, let's say I had one. And so I've been in there, and it's just a bar, but a lot more debaucherous and raunchy shit goes on, and no one cares.
Yeah. So I was a little bit taken aback, but my former neighbor married a dude who ran the police bar. He was the bar manager for like 20 years. So when they were getting married, they had their reception at the police bar. So I'm like, okay, where am I going? I get the invite. I'm like, yo, this place is dangerously close to the police station. You know what I mean? So I'm driving down. I drive down. I park. I'm like, oh snap! You know what? Like, better make sure I pay for this parking, because not only will I get towed, but I will get impounded. The impound is right over there. I can see it. Anyhow, pay for my parking. I go upstairs, and I'm like, oh, like, where the hell am I at? And as I come in, bunch of police in there, hats and all that, suited and booted, but they're having a good old time. They don't care because it's their regular thing. And I was not expecting this, so I was, kind of sat and shut up for most of the night. I just sat in the back, my damn business, man. It was a little bit weird, but after a while, you kind of get to talking to folks, and they're kind of wild. Them cats, man. They're a little bit wild, man.
They have it their way in them places. I've been in a few police bars, and just because I don't know, they just don't never say nothing to me. don't know. One time I had somebody I went in there with, but they just don't say shit to me.
Well, they probably think you got warrants and they don't want to be bothered because they ain't on the clock.
They're just like, hey, that's a nice little anomaly up in here. They know I don't belong there.
Right. It's like, who invited this dude?
Yeah, but they looking at me now. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've been in those kind of places. Remember the girl I told y'all about that had the studio overlooking the lake? That girl I was with.
Mm-hmm.
She was going to take the bar. She came from money, and man, look, places she hung out with would surprise you. It would be like hotel bars. That's where a lot of attorneys hang out. Hotel bars, big hotels, the bars they have inside them where people, reach at the door type shit.
Well, yeah, a lot of working girls and boys.
It's a lot of them going on. Yeah, it's depending on what you're looking for, what kind of crowd you like to hang out. There's something for you in Chicago. You just gotta ask around. Best thing I can tell you. But there's a crowd for everybody, lottie dottie, everybody in Chicago. Just gotta find your niche and go there.
You want to go to Boys Town, you go there. You want to go to the hood, you go there. You want to go to the fancy schmancy, 5-star area, you go there. It has it all.
I remember the first time I was somewhere adjacent to Boys Town. I didn't even know where the fuck we was at. I didn't. I remember I was just like, all of a sudden I started seeing dudes on dudes and dudes. And it's hopping up down that bitch too.
Yeah.
It's hopping.
Yeah.
I'm like, where the fuck we at? Cause just like, man, you don't know where we at. They was laughing at me. I'm just like, nah, man. I don't know Chicago like that. You know what I mean? I ain't grew up there, but I spent a lot of time up there, Got around when we could, hopping trains and shit, moving around. That's how I learned some stuff. But, other than that, man, it was just me, my cousin, and just that's South Side shit hitting blocks, and West Side. But some of the stuff that Trip knows, I don't know. I just don't know because I'm not a native of Chicago.
Yeah, you gotta, be leery or be aware of which bars you going into in Boys Town if you a boy, kids. Because some are just, chill, just regular bars with just regular people. But then others, you got hardcore gay porn going on the TV screen. It's hardcore. It's like, yeah, I gotta go.
Somebody gonna be in
there. Hey, you all do you. I gotta go. Cause it's, how men are, and just imagine men horny for men.
No,
and it's like, no, that's not a good look. But that's a whole area of the city. But then you go south, and what is that? 75th and like Jeffrey or something. There's like a gay black bar that's been there for decades, and they be kicking it too. But then it's always shootings or something outside. Actually, it was that one on the South Side gay bar a couple years ago. There was a news clip of a car or two cars going down the street like high rate of speed and hit a bunch of people, knocked them all up in the air and stuff. That was outside of there.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so it's a very eclectic city.
Last thing you want to do anywhere around here, don't get tough. Don't get tough, especially you ain't from around here. What's the breaking news, Ron? I seen you say it the first time. What you got?
Yeah, stay off from out
west.
west.
Lion meat.
This girl's is pressing the pause button as hard as he can right now. Pause, Trips.
What up, Dan Brown? I ain't seen you in a while, man. It's good to see you.
My brother lived in Hancock. Nice. Clouds going by the window. Looking down at fireworks. Neighbor was Lester Holt, news guy. Walls on tracks and they sway. John Hancock building, big tall skyscraper thing, black with the antennas. Kind of looks like the Sears Tower. Nobody calls it the Willis Tower, so don't even go there. but shorter. But yeah, when cloudy days, you can't see the top of it. So you look out your window, you're in the clouds, literally. And that's some freaky stuff.
There was this place, I think it's on the south side. I might have said this on the show before. And they did this event every year called Real Men Cook. And my pops used to take us every year, man, little boys. And man, dude, the best barbecue I ever ate in my life was in that they had it's almost like they had if I can remember right, they had a school, like the whole backside of a school cordoned off just for men to be out there barbecuing and letting people taste their barbecue. And man, that's the best barbecue I ever ate in my life. And I can't tell you who made what, but it was some good ass barbecue out in that motherfucker.
Well, that's another thing why, let's say, Chicagoans are so roomy in the hips, are because, summertime, especially street festivals. Like Nomad was talking about Real Men Cook, barbecue behind a school. The Greek festivals, at Saint, I forget the name of their parishes, but over there. And then the festivals over there, and the festivals over there, and the festivals over there, the festivals in Little Village. And all of these neighborhoods are very ethnic. So you get a lot of, authentic Puerto Rican, Mexican, Cuban, Italian, everybody just has, street stuff. And so that's the smaller versions of Taste of Chicago, where it used to be a big thing every year. Everybody in the city would go there, but they've broken it up. And so every neighborhood has its own like little thing. And so you can go, you can see the art, you can hear the music, you can taste the food, and just experience that neighborhood for that day or that weekend.
Hold on. Well, this is a gift by Dante Purify. Dante, I apologize if I don't know exactly what the worth is for this gift.
I know no idea what he just did, by the way.
I have no idea, but I know they changed some stuff up with YouTube and StreamYard. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I don't know, but this is definitely a gift he gave to the channel. Shout out to Dante Purify. You deserve this. Dante, thank you so much. I don't know how much it is, but we appreciate how much it is. You can let us know if you want to, but if you don't worry about it. We appreciate it however much it is. Thank you so much, man. We haven't had one in a while. But yeah. He said, I have no idea what I just did. I don't either. But that's me needing to read the bylaws or some of the stuff they changed. They changed probably about 4 or 5 different things since the last time I had time to sit down and look at it. But thanks, bro. Thank you so much. But back to you. You were talking about what now, Trip?
I think I had finished.
Oh, Kedz is tuning in.
Yeah, I was just talking about the neighborhood and everything. The different neighborhoods, rather.
All right, man. Y'all want to talk about some bears? Y'all want to get on some food? What y'all want to do?
Bears.
All right, let me start this conversation off like this. Don't know what's going on. I imagine there's some social media stuff that's been going on all off season. Something Rome might have said. I don't know. But it seems to me that people are laying heavy pressure on Rome on Doomsday this year. And I don't know why. I'm talking a lot of shit about Rome. Y'all have any idea what's going on there? Because I don't.
What?
I think, I'm sorry, Kedz, go ahead.
No, you can go. Because I guarantee me and you going to say the same damn thing anyways. That's usually how it turns out. So you just go.
All right, well, looking beyond this year, which, we really shouldn't do, but in the general manager office, he's like, all right, top shelf wide receivers are commanding, 30, mil a year annually about. Rome was a, top 10 pick. He's going to want to get his money, and I'm not mad at him. Oh. But then you look at it's like, all right, well, you got to, overcome this new way of running with your foot thing. And then also, if we have other receivers that are outpacing him or looking better or better connection with Caleb, that makes him kind of superfluous.
That's a
But then
perfect
also you have to look at contract wise. Luther Burton is what, a year after Rome?
That's correct.
And then, so it's like, if he looks better than Rome, it's like, well, you can't keep them both. And so this is Rome's year to show that, yes, he is a number one type quality receiver, can make the catches, not drops. Because remember, last season, he was good early in the season, then he got hurt, and then he was kind of derailed. And so this season is big for him, I think, future-wise and contract-wise, to show that he is, upper echelon of receivers and should be paid as such.
Okay, so we didn't say the same shit this time, so I'll take the stuff I said. I'll take that back. But I agree with everything you said, because what Ron Winarski's saying in the chat isn't wrong. You say Rome can't catch, and I'm not saying he can't catch. I'm saying he does drop the ball though. So we're going into year 3, and just as Tripp is saying, there will eventually be talks about that contract, and I fully expect. I hate to say things that I believe, but this is what I believe. I fully expect Luther Burden to eat Rome's lunch, as well as the lunch of a lot of other people out there in the NFL. I think Luther Burden is going to light shit up back to Rome, which then makes folks stop and they go, well, the second round pick's doing real well. We're probably going to extend the second round pick because he's doing real well. What do we do with the first round pick we selected the year before that's up for recontracting, if you will, real soon? So do we extend that guy, even though he's had a couple of lackluster seasons and maybe a mediocre season this season? What do we do? So there's let's also then go back to Rome's dad a little bit. Rome's dad talk a lot. Mr. Doomsday, you talk a lot of shit, bro. You talked a lot of shit, and you should probably check yourself, because at this present moment, none of the shit you talk has been put down. None of it has come home to roost or be real. And it's time to, as they say, put up or shut up. So the upside is, I believe Rome has all the talent in the world, and he could, in my opinion, be something along the lines of an Allen Robinson on this team, right? That's sort of my simple comparison. But Tripp did bring up the one thing that I actually that wasn't really top of mind for me, and it's that foot injury. He's gonna have to relearn stuff because he decided not to have surgery, and you have to also take that into consideration. Rome Odunze could go, kind of miss the boat with respect to that recontracting or getting re-signed situation, get foot surgery and be the Rome Odunze of old in a heartbeat. He decided not to get that foot surgery. So the question is, can he put up with what his new run style is? Is it going to be a painful situation every time he touches the ball? I don't know. We're really going to have to watch and see if he's running gingerly or not. So there's a fair amount of contractual pressure on the young man, a whole new way of running, that he has to acclimate to. And the other factors are, this roster is also super stacked. So we brought up Luther, but the other potential 4 to 5-ish mouths that might get fed could also impact Rome's overall trajectory this season. So all interesting things to say. I don't know where this this forward trajectory for Rome is, but if there is forward trajectory for Rome, I gotta say he should put down around 1,000 to 1,200 yards this season and shut up everybody.
Shout out to Ron Winarski, just re-upped his membership, been a member for 9 months on that ass.
Big
you,
Ron Runarski. Well done, sir.
Being in here with us. I'm gonna give my take, man, and this is what I think is going on. I think it's really simple. It's part of the reason why I love fanfare, and sometimes I don't like it because
Most of the time you don't like it, but continue.
No, most of the time I love fanfare.
Oh, do you really?
I just don't like some of the places fanfare can take us, as fans. And I think it's the shiny new toy effect going on right here. You got a shiny new toy, Luther Burden, fall in love with it, and you just forget all about poor Romo Doomsday because you got something else to ooh and ah about. It's just like a kid. You know what I mean? And I think it's a lot of that. And the part that I take umbrage with is showing appreciation to what we got. You know what I mean? Because a year before this, man, everybody loved Romo Doomsday. You couldn't find one person to say something bad about Romo Doomsday. All of a sudden, he has a few drops here or there. We get Luther Burden, the shiny new toy, and here comes the criticism about Romo Doomsday. Part of it is, I think, psychology. And this is what I mean by psychology. The fact that we know he's probably in a couple years he's going to be up for a contract. Okay, that's fine. Let them people that deal with contracts deal with that. But we don't need to be, in my opinion, no. I have no need to add any kind of pressure to Romo Doomsday, SHIT on him for any reason. But that's me. But I don't get down on people who feel a certain way about it. I'm just putting it in the perspective that I receive it. That's how I feel about it. I think it's a shiny new toy effect.
So, just to slightly refute that, I'm 90% sure that timeline that you gave a couple years is next year. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
I might be wrong. I might be wrong straight up. But I know in a couple years he's gonna need to be paid. Well, this.
Okay, so here's the facts on it, right? So 2024 he was a rookie. 2024 he's a rookie. Last year was his second year. 2026 is year number 3. They have to make a decision sometime in quite technically in year number 4. Now, most of the time you extend the player in year 3 for the 5-year if he's a first round pick. And that's where things get sticky, right? Do they go and extend Rome if he has a mediocre season? I don't know. They may want to ride it out through season 4 and see if he can pick it back up so that then they'll just give him his contract in that situation. That's what tends to happen. But if you don't prove the concept, right, in year 3, that lockdown case scenario goes out the window, and it will leave. I'm really glad we're having this conversation today in July 2026, because I guarantee you this noise will only get louder at the potentially at the end of this season if he's not already extended.
Well, number one, I think he's still going to lead the team in catches and targets, and I think he's going to have a year. I think he's going to have a year. I think the guy that steps up and makes the plays that we think we're going to miss. Well, I know we're going to miss when DJ don't have DJ Moore there. I think a lot of those targets going to go to Romo Doomsday.
Well, what Paul is saying, they'll likely pick up his 5th-year option, so you don't have to be in a hurry. So if you pick up that 5th-year option, now you can delay that, next year decision till the next year, right?
So that's going into next year. Next year you can
to 2028.
But this is what I'm saying.
Next year, right?
No, you do the 5th year this year. You dig? And it's not a hurry. It's so that you have 2 years to make that decision. That's why you do it. You don't do the 5th year in year 4. You just give the guy his contract for the next 4 years, right? If you don't pick up the year 5 now. So he basically has the better part of this season to show and prove. If he does, you want to extend that guy before the new football year 2027. Right? So before March 2027, you should have had the conversation with Romo Doomsday to go into fifth year. Yeah, but before the 2027 season starts.
Till next year.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. You can't do that
March.
until
Like this season has to go through.
After this season.
This season has to go through. The conversation has to be there, and he has to prove the theory now.
Yeah, you talking about what he putting in the equity for the 5th year option, and that still can't come into next year is what we're trying to say right here.
Yeah.
So I get what you mean. You know, you put the equity in and earn that 5th year option, but it's going to come that next fiscal year in 2027, league, new year, whatever they call that. It'll happen then if they want to do it. But, you know, if he want to sign it, that's up to him.
Will there be anything left after signing the Iceman? Well, Dan, that's a good question. And the fact is, 2027, all bets are off, man. Right? And I mean that because there's almost $200 million lined up on the defense that they can shift, move, or delete. So call it what you will.
I think there is
I'm just talking about the line.
Value and equity to those two guys were drafted to play together. I thought drafting Caleb Williams was one thing, but then pairing him with a receiver that you can keep him with, I think there's a lot of value in that we can't necessarily see the biggest picture of right now, but I'm starting to see that. I started to see that in his rookie year. And it starts to become a little bit more obvious as we keep going. But yeah, I think Romo Doomsday is here to stay, so long as his health can permit it.
Look, I'm just looking at his stats now. Like, they're not abysmal. Right? Like, they're not that bad. So I'll break it down here a little bit, right? So 2025, people again say he had a bit of a down year. He only played 12 games.
Right.
So in a 12-game season for Romo Doomsday, started all 12. 733 snaps. He got about 661 yards. 44 receptions, which is a pretty solid amount of receptions given a game. You know, he missed 5 games. Not terrible. Then we look at the following year, 17 games, 11 started, just under 900 snaps, 54 receptions, 734. Here's the thing. So 6 touchdowns year 1, 3 touchdowns year 2. My thoughts is I won't be surprised if the output is very similar. I think it'll be higher, again, as long as he can play the full season through. I think the output will be a fair amount higher. But I think it'll be relatively similar. I'm not sure if he'll be the real red zone target for this team. I have a strange feeling he won't be, and that's fine. But I think his yardage and his receptions will both see a massive lift this year.
You know what this reminds me of, Kedz? It's for 2 years, probably 2 years straight, we've been looking for this trio to be split up. But it's trending Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins type shit. And for every year for the last 2 years, T. Higgins is out there, in these conversations. But whatever happens, the Bengals make sure they get some shit done for T. Higgins, and T. Higgins is there. But to me, that's where we're trending right there. And somebody's gonna get the short end of the stick as far as finances go, and they probably make that plain and clear with how they talk in social media. But there's value to keeping those three together. Talking about Rome, Luther, and Caleb Williams. You drafted these guys, you put equity into these guys, keep these guys satisfied. And we got something good going on.
Saying.
Yeah.
He's saying the option will be picked up to protect the asset, the rights to the asset. But then his next one is Poles will pay him Rome if he's reasonable. They'll have to trade him if he wants like top of the market money.
Well, that's the thing. Like the wide receiver market is a little bit weird. They just get top of the market money. It's either you get it or you're an afterthought. So I'm not sure. You know what I mean? Like I don't know how that shakes out for Roma Doomsday.
Well, again, but it will shake out in the sense that, think of the highest paid receivers. If he has the type of season that you described, or who was it? Red Baron says he's predicted 900 yards and 7 TDs. That's not top end wide receiver numbers. So I don't think that would be top end wide receiver pay.
That ain't going to stop his agent from asking for his top end wide receiver pay.
To understand the market for him, agents have to consider all these things when they go into negotiations with a GM or wherever the GM representative is. You go into there, okay, we had target share. Let's differentiate this. So, you can point at those numbers. Those are flat black and white numbers that you can't argue with. But circumstance, you can. There's a gray area that you can work with there. You know what I mean? So that being said, we'll see. We'll see how they play this out. But Dan has an interesting question that we haven't said too much since the end of the season. But I'm gonna put it up here and I'm gonna read it out. He says, "You think Bajan is gone after this season? ? Next year's draft is supposedly loaded. Would there be any takers with a good offer? ? The kid deserves a shot at the starter." I'm gonna give y'all a chance to bite off of this apple here first, y'all, if you want to.
I don't. Okay, so here's my take on this, but I honestly don't know, Dan. Right? I really don't know. I expect them to give, and I hope they do. I hope they give Tyson Bagent a real run this during these preseason games. Give him a real run. Let him really showcase himself for two reasons. The first one is to make Miller Moss disappear. Right? You don't really want other people to see what you have in Miller Moss. If you have something, you want to keep that under wraps for at least a season. That's my 2 cents. I wouldn't want to advertise that Miller Moss is potentially even maybe a thing. You just want to keep developing him until next season, when if Bagent goes, then you can start to showcase him as that developmental talent. The reality is the contract couldn't be more favorable for a trade case scenario. Any team that has a quarterback situation and needs somebody like Bagent to start, they'd get an absolute steal, and it would definitely be worth some level of draft capital, right?
Can I get in on your take a little bit, Kedz?
Absolutely.
And this is just adding to your take, not to take anything away from you. I think they're setting the table so that Bagent can find that place for him.
They did. You're right. That's exactly what I'm saying, right? So you showcase him in the preseason. You've already signed a deal, which is again groundbreaking for him and his family, and he's super appreciative of it. Great. It's also super easy for another team to pick up, right? It's relatively low wallet share, gives them a couple years with this particular guy under wraps. So you kind of can't go. You can't get better than that for a seasoned veteran quarterback who's been carrying the clipboard for a while. So that's my thoughts. I think the table is kind of set, and if somebody wants it, I don't see them having a problem throwing a second, like as far as a second round pick for.
We really could strike gold with this situation.
I agree. I think so.
Now I don't know if Getsy is anywhere coaching right now. He's somewhere fucking coaching. I don't know where he is. But there's somebody who thinks Tyson Bagent, and there have been conversations. I don't think these reporters, put some of this stuff out. Some of this stuff there's some teeth to it. and they've been talking about this stuff for a minute now. And I do think there's some takers there, but I do believe that if you just traded Tyson Bagent right now or took on somebody's offer for him, you're probably getting a seventh round pick for him or something like that. I think you muted right now, kids.
Yeah, why do you say so? Why do you say a 6 or a 7?
Because he has only so much real game experience. I know he had a nice little run there a couple years ago, but since then, man, he's they're gonna try to drive the bargain down. But if you put that guy out there in preseason this year, and you really put the marquee around him, metaphorically speaking, and just give him the green light to light it up, I think that changes his market value.
It does, and the major reason why it's worth much more than a 5, like a 6 or a 7. I'm saying a 2 or a 3, at least a 4.
Oh no, you wow.
No, I'm serious. The first reason is he's a quarterback.
Wow. He's never going to get that kind of collateral.
He's a quarterback, bro. It's the most important position in the GD NFL.
You have to go win significant NFL games to get that kind of. No,
brother. No, you don't. There's been
you have to.
Man, there's examples of folks of quarterbacks who've been traded for second round picks who've never started in the NFL at all. And like I had a list before. I don't have the list ready now. I can go and pull it. I'll do so later. But like that's it's not untypical. But the sweetest part of the deal is the fact that you basically don't have to pay this guy quarterback money. That's where the deal gets sweet for.
You said a 2, 3, or 4.
Mm-hmm.
Dog, them shrooms coming back on you?
Hey, maybe, but like you know what I'm saying? I'm quite serious. It's just, again, you're not paying him quarterback money. You're paying him regular money that just about anybody in the NFL could potentially make at a mid-tier to see if he's your guy. And if he's your guy, you've got this guy under contract for a couple of years at low wallet share, mad low money.
That's
which allows you to draft your quarterback and build a new situation
and develop
while Tyson has the reins, or to replace Tyson while you have somebody under center.
And Red Baron's comment here is people keep saying that Bagent deserves a starting job somewhere. I completely disagree. Haven't seen anything that says he's an NFL starting caliber quarterback. Well, he's a backup quarterback. And, thankfully, Caleb has been healthy, that, T-Bag didn't have to get on the field last year. But, it seems as though they like his qualities. They're comfortable with him. And by giving Miller Moss that 3-year contract, they see something that they like in him to develop. And this would have been, Ben Johnson's actual choice, whereas he inherited Bagent. So if Bagent is able to, get on the field preseason, hopefully we don't have to see him this season, you know what I mean, because Caleb is healthy. So in the preseason, he puts some, good plays on tape. He piques the interest of a few GMs, because there are some teams that are like, we're not going to just say, Bagent's a starter, but we have a need at quarterback. He's not expensive. He's making like $5 million a year. He was a UDFA, so we'll work with Ryan Poles and we'll see what we can get for him and give him the opportunity to battle to start. So it's not like a starting role, but it's the opportunity to start.
Yeah,
which he's not gonna get here.
Yeah, let me put this in a real perspective. It is gonna cause some people to really think about it. I'm gonna show you, just by way of my conversation. I won't give you no data to back it up, but just my years of watching the NFL, I'm gonna tell you a backup quarterback in the NFL very rarely ends up busting through that threshold and ends up being a starting quarterback. Because I'm gonna tell you why. Because every single team in the NFL has drafted that quarterback, or they're getting ready to draft that quarterback that's going to lead that franchise, and they will spend years trying to see if that guy is the quarterback. No matter how good the backup is, That GM has put equity into that guy, the scouts, everybody that's responsible for that starting quarterback that's there, until he totally SHITs to bed. And when that backup gets in there, everybody loves it, right? We all know that story. But rarely does that backup quarterback keep that job and maintain that role. It's happened now. I ain't saying it don't happen, but it's rare. I'm just telling you right now. Bagent, if he's lucky, he will be given a fair shot somewhere to push for a job, like Tripp said. It's not just, okay, we're trading for him to give him the starting job. No, he's going to have to fight for it wherever he goes. But it is rare that one of those guys just busts through the mold. Next thing you know, he gets traded and they just offer him the starting role. Just really doesn't happen that often. Anybody want to argue with that, go ahead, but I haven't seen it really that much. Last guy I can think about that really went over that mold a little bit was Nick Foles. That I can think about. Yep, Scroll just put it perfectly. Backup QBs are usually fire extinguishers. Yep.
So Brett Favre was a backup QB. There's one. Another backup QB was Steve Young.
But drafted by a team that was looking to give him that role. That's different.
Brett Favre was not drafted by the Packers.
Dude.
Brett Favre was traded to the Packers. That's my point.
Okay, in that early in the process, you can consider that a draft pick.
Wasn't that early. He spent 4 years behind somebody. They wanted to keep the starter. He went over to Green Bay, became the starter, won the competition. Rest is history.
He was already a 4-year in the league 4 years before Green Bay. Then. Okay.
Yeah. This is, mind you, this is when the West Coast offense really kind of start taking over the NFL. And
drafted by Atlanta, as my boy Deuce. What it do, Deuce?
Yeah. Okay, I give you that. I ain't gonna fuss with that. But the premise of my point is really the premise of my point. It's rare that shit happens. That's all. That's all I'm trying to say.
It's not that. It's not a rare. Like so Matt Schaub is another one. It happened to Matt Schaub twice. In my opinion, Matt Schaub ain't nothing, but somehow he won a Pro Bowl in the mix there somewhere.
Andre Johnson. That's why.
What's that?
Andre Johnson.
Ah, now you're talking. That makes a lot of sense now. But they gave the first time he was traded, it was for a 3rd round pick. That was a differentiator, but they swapped 7 positions in that year's draft. So Green Bay went up from 17 to 10 and got it's pretty costly jump in a year's draft. That's definitely draft compensation in that respect too. The second time he was traded for another 2nd round pick. There's a few guys on this list, man, that it's happened to. It's not a regular thing. It doesn't happen every day.
Well, Paul Rodriguez and Hasselbeck brothers.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure both of them was too.
yeah, both of them guys.
Maybe the oldest one. I don't know, man.
Yeah, no, Matt Hasselbeck for sure. Matt Hasselbeck is on this list. You nailed it. He's another one. So, long story short, it happens. The question is, are you desperate? Are you in a shitty quarterback situation? Do you need a quarterback? And there's teams out there that, we need a quarterback. So we'll see if somebody's really in that type of case scenario where they're willing to give up some capital to make a move and have somebody start, because what they're seeing in camp ain't it.
Kids, you got to be rooting for Tyson Bagent to take the fuck off in this offense in this preseason. You really want to see him. Yeah, there's another one just happened. Malik in Miami.
There's another one. I totally forgot about Malik in Miami. He got paid too. And that's and this is the difference though.
He bounced around a couple teams.
You know what I mean? The difference is
games that got played in though.
What's that?
Think about the significant games that got played in.
Oh, he played in big games. And again, the differentiator that I'm putting forward here is he was not signed to a regularly long-term contract. This is the differentiator. He was a 1-year, prove it deal, and he proved the F out of it. You got to give it to Malik Willis. Like he beat us up, right? End of the day, he moves on. They get the compensation, and he gets paid. That's not what happens with Tyson Bagent. Just to clarify, we get the compensation. He's already under contract. They trade the contract. That other team gets to evaluate and decide, do we want to keep him on this contract until it runs out? That gives us the opportunity to, again, draft our quarterback, build him up, and or develop him behind Tyson.
How long is it? How many years is it?
I think it was a 3 or 4 year deal signed last year.
Okay, it was more than 2 then. Okay.
It was definitely more than 2. You know what? I can verify.
And Dante said Brock Purdy and Janine Garoppolo.
Janine Garoppolo. She got a better foot though. Her feet.
You just a dirty.
Her feet, her ankles.
Below the waist kicking, motherfucker.
Her ankle still works, man.
Brissett, Willis, Cousins, and Purdy are the only current starting quarterbacks who were drafted as backups, according to Red Baron.
It's a good group. Brissett still ain't earned that number 1 spot, but he's holding out.
I thought he was in Arizona.
He ain't really gave it to him yet.
Ah, well, who's his competition?
Nobody, but they drafted some people.
That's messed up.
Okay, so let me give
They signed Beck, the rookie, didn't they?
Let me give you the contract. So and the Bears are smart. Bears are smart, man. So this is a 3-year deal signed last year, not a 4-year. Okay. The Bears gave him $1 million, $500K up front signing bonus. They backloaded this contract. You dig? I hope y'all are catching this. They backloaded the contract. It's a $10 million contract, which again is peanuts in the quarterback realm, right? Backloaded it. There's $4 million coming to him this year. If they trade him this year, that's off their books. Then there's another $4 million for the following year. So again, fully backloaded, perfect setup to get this guy out there, put him on put him on Broadway, let folks see him dance, and if they like the show, they can buy in. This is like the perfect setup.
I got to give some a little love to Jacoby Brissett. I have no doubt in my mind he's got the Trent Dilfer effect to him. That he put him on a team that's got a legit stout defense with a decent enough offensive line to keep him clean.
Drive the bus.
Solid running game. And I think that guy can win you a Super Bowl.
You ain't lying. I can't sit here and say that Jacoby Brissett is the second coming of Patrick Mahomes, or
he doesn't need to be.
He does not need to be. Heck, much lesser quarterbacks have won the Super Bowl and gotten folks to the Super Bowl. Let's be frank and honest about this, because hell, we've seen them right here live and direct in a couple of cases. But I think he's actually pretty good. Like, just to put it out there, I think he's pretty good. He's got a great supporting cast. And the upside is, if he's the quarterback, they don't necessarily have to break the bank to keep him with that supporting cast. I was not surprised when he took off and started actually getting something out of Marvin Harrison Jr. when the other young man just wasn't getting anything done. He was crying because he got hit in the head with a ball. Mind you, he was wearing a helmet.
We're going to talk about that guy a little bit later if we got time. But, man, there's no doubt in my mind Jacoby Brissett is probably the best backup quarterback in the NFL.
He's good.
At this point, I think he is. And I think if given the right situation, you put the right pieces around him, that dude can take you a ways, man, because he doesn't make a lot of mistakes. When he has time to sit there and go through progressions, he will deliver the ball.
He's disciplined, man, and it's really something that I'll say about him. For me, it was really unfortunate that he wasn't able to really show and prove when he got the opportunity the first time around. But the team around him was not what he needed it to be.
No running game. It was a spotty
That's what I'm
running game at best. And then you got a spotty offensive line. The defense is here and there. So Jacoby Brissett, under the circumstances, I think performed.
Yeah. This time around, definitely. And I can see him continuing that this season in the NFL. I agree with you, man. He's a talent.
You got
I think KC's Justin Fields, ain't it, Ron?
Damn, Ron.
All right. I'll tell you what.
Wow.
Let's go down a rabbit hole we don't need to go. Let's
skip the hell out of that one. That's okay.
Let's go to this next part of the Bears conversation, which we have talked about before, but I want to really dig in here and so that people understand before we get into this season. Just know, and I've said this before, we had a conversation about it.
Crimson right on time for the Love Fest.
But the Bears, I'm telling you guys right now, the competition is going to be extremely elevated from game 1 to game whatever. I'm telling you guys right now. And now the question is, behind that statement, is do you think they are ready for a war every goddamn Sunday and you got to bring it all? It might come down to the last second sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
We better be.
That's coached in. I think that's a Ben Johnson thing. His preparedness, his attitude toward football is one of, it's time to battle. The offense, took their own sweet time starting games last year, but they finished all, defense, no matter how leaky the defense was throughout the game, they did enough to put the offense in a position to come back to win a lot of games. And all of this happened at the end because of the lackluster first half the Bears played. So this season, I think that Ben Johnson already has that attitude of, at the end of the games, we are ready to battle still because of our conditioning in camp, because of our physical and mental toughness. But this season also, he's going to, get it started early, so we don't have to hopefully have those last minute things, unless they're absolutely necessary.
What up, Chris? What up, Wendy? Hey, look.
These two windy comments are actually great, bro. Can you put up the first one?
Which one was it? This one?
This one here. I'd hate to give Green Bay a compliment, but I think Jordan Love is probably the best backup QB.
Wendy, you a low down motherfucker.
Just the thinly veiled insult. Whoa,
we got some crotch kickers tonight. I like
that. That was beautiful. The second one is 47 seconds. I'll put up 47 seconds left in the game. Down 8 points. Got him right where we want him. And like the facts is, that's like the every game last season for the Bears. Are just boom, we just iced you out. It's game over. But yeah, like that's part of the reason. Like that would be, part of my answer to your question is just I think we're coming out there with the offense being on fire. I think the offense being on fire is Ben Johnson, like the reflection of Ben Johnson on the field as a coach. I think that permeates into preparedness for that offense. And what they're gonna do each Sunday, Monday, Thursday, and sometimes
Crimson. Where was you at earlier, man? Because we was stuck on the difference between a Gumar and a Goomba. You would fit right in there, helped us out.
Yeah, define.
But his comment here is, can't forget that Ben Johnson is learning too. He's, this is going to be his second year as a head coach. So yeah, it's a learning process all the way around. But based on last season, as long as it's elevated, it's all good.
Don't say nothing, Crimson. Trish is again trying to lead you down a dark path, man. Don't bite the bait. But look, I think what Dan Brown said earlier, and I'm not gonna pull up the comment. I'm just gonna repeat what he said. Remember what he just said. The Bears won't sneak up on anybody this year.
Oh no,
it's true.
I'll tell you that's the reason. That's the difference between last year and now.
Yeah.
You go into a game. Nobody thought much about the Chicago Bears. The Chicago Bears and the Bears fan base thought a lot of them, but nobody else outside of our fan base thought much of us. And we snuck up on some people. That's what happened. We ain't sneaking up on no fucking body this year. And the question remains, can we go toe to toe from when the bell dings until the bell dings? And that's the question.
I think we can, because again, I think that's Ben Johnson, right? I think that's where that head coach comes in, and what his training for this team is going to be from a much more so from a mental and attitude perspective than anything else. I think that rolls right down to the team, and I think they will be prepared.
It ain't gonna be like last year, man. You going into the game, you're gonna get everybody's best boxing match, bro. Everybody's gonna come out trying to swing on your ass. And you better be able to take a punch.
No, it's a different deal.
Also, just for the fact that Caleb Williams is the Madden cover athlete. So every player who plays Madden, has to watch the cut scenes of Caleb cutting up defenders. And now they're like, oh yeah, we got to play this dude this year, so they know they got to raise their game. So there is no sneaking up. No, not at all.
Yep. Bear Truth 9, you just probably $1 short here. We just finished up that conversation just a few minutes ago, like literally. We just had a long conversation. If you want to catch that one, just go back, rewind it. Where we at? 1 hour and 26. Rewind that shit about 15, 20 minutes. You get all that.
Yeah, we went deep on Rome, and you're right. He just got to clean up them drops, man. If he can clean up them drops, he'll prove the concept.
All right. Everybody feels good about facing elevated competition. Well, how do we feel about now? I like the dirt being thrown. I love the dirt being thrown because, and shout out to Real that just busted up.
Is Real a Cowboy? Are you a Cowboys fan, Real?
We give you Cowboys take. They suck.
Oh,
until Jerry dies, you ain't getting shit. Just all it is to it.
There you go.
How you like that? They ain't going until Jerry's dead, until they put him in a casket and they get period. They effed up a long time ago when they traded T.O.
Hey, Real, remind me to tell you next time. Don't ask him for no damn. Don't ask him for no damn Cowboys takes, man. It's gonna go back to bite you in the ass later on.
He knows. Real know I'm not lying. He messed up a long time ago. When as close as they was when they traded T.O. That was some stupid shit.
Well, it's not just that. Like he's
real stupid.
You're like you're being a little mean about it, buddy. But it's pretty true. It's pretty. It's
mean. I'm just.
He ain't lying, Rel. Even Rel had. I wish he was lying though, Rel. Like I don't know what he's doing with George Pickens, man. George Pickens came through and decided that he was the man too, and been proving it. And they messing with that boy, man. They don't want to pay him. They really don't want to pay anybody when it comes time to pay them. It's really weird. He did get he did give him the ODB. he really did. But like, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Be mean, man. I'm talking about that's the Cowboys curse right now. Is Jerry?
You're not wrong. That's he said you ain't lying. I'm actually, I'm teasing you about it for being a bit of a jerk, but you're not wrong, man.
I don't know that the younger one is all that much better.
That's where things go even further sideways, right? Because
it will a lot younger.
You know what I mean? It will be passed to Steve, and Steve will be running the show. So you know how that's gonna go. If we want to get more specific, your wide receivers are awesome. Your quarterback, I think your quarterback's really good too. Offensive line's great. Running game, but you have the line to make up for.
The comeback of the century. He said, "I'm just glad we got Caleb down." That's a badass boy right there.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna light that mouth. He's gonna light that stadium up. I'm telling you right now.
Downs?
We got. There's a tie in my opinion. Maybe when it comes to strong safety, a leg up when it comes to Caleb Downs and Dylan Thieneman, two best safeties in the draft, hands down in my opinion. But I think Caleb Downs plays in the box closer to the line of scrimmage better than anybody. And that's exactly what they're going to do with him, too. You watch.
And we got your boy Al helping our guy out. There's that, too.
I love Caleb Downs' take. They got a dog. We got one, too, but they got a dog. And they needed a dog. So, yeah, man. So, about the Green Bay thing, I think the dirt being slung, and I think the way that we was able to deal with them, and I'm glad Malik Willis ain't there because he brought a whole nother aspect to what Green Bay and that offense can do to a team with those legs. I think we feel way better playing against Jordan Love. I think we get them twice this year. I think the head coach is out of a job at the end of the season, and that's unfortunate because I think he's a great coach. I think if we beat their ass twice again this year, which I do think we have their number. I watched both of those games intently, and I do think we have their number. Defensively, I can tell you that right now. Dennis Allen has their number.
They scared, bro. I never really heard Packers fans like this before. It's great. I love it. It's awesome. But they definitely a little bit scared. I wish I could say it differently. It doesn't hurt that we probably won't see Micah game one. We probably won't see Josh Jacobs game one either. That don't hurt. You know what I mean? That don't hurt. Like it's not looking, my opinion, it's not looking good this whole this whole rivalry thing this season. I think the Packers are going to get smacked up. I think, you know, the cheese happy folks will be depressed, and I can't wait a minute more for it. GB.
Yeah, I think the dirt being slung by, gotta say, Ben Johnson is slinging it. He's the instigator right now. But when you do that, coming into Chicago and taking the head coaching job in Chicago with the record that we've had against those cats, you a bad motherfucker, man. You're a bold motherfucker. On if anything else, if you can trade that word out for bad and just say bold, you a bold dude. You know we've been getting our shit kicked around by the Packers, and you just
got some labels on them,
throwing dirt in the eye. You're a bad boy. You better be ready to back it up. And I got more confidence in that matchup finally than I do in any other matchup in the North right now.
Honestly,
that's saying a whole lot.
It is, and you know what it's saying a whole lot about? It's saying a whole lot about our head coach, and I have to put it back on Ben, man, because you know we've got a couple of different head coaches over the last little while, and they've kind of given us that vanilla. Like it's okay. It's not a rivalry for me, but like traditionally, it's been a rivalry, and you know, yeah, they've won a bunch of games, and yeah, they beat us a bunch of times too. So, you know, we don't really look at it like, you know, Ben came in and said, "I fucking hate these guys." Like this is the difference. I fucking hate those guys. And ever since he said it, the team believed it, right?
That was
didn't like him either.
That was some Lovey shit.
I don't know. I don't think Lovey Smith.
Lovey came right in and he said it.
We want to beat the Green. We get off the bus running. Rex is our quarterback, and we're going to beat the Green Bay Packers.
Yep, you got to have that attitude. It can't be no. We want to beat them. We're going to try to beat them, and we want to challenge him. No, you got to come right out and say we're going to bust their shit.
My boy Aaron Rodgers came in the building, said he owned the building. The head coach had nothing to say about it. He's like, "Oh, that's cool. I pay my rent every month too." You know what I mean? Like it's all right. No, it isn't. I fucking hate these guys. I don't like these guys. These cheesy motherfuckers.
My man, Real. We gotta show him some love, y'all. He came into a Bears content station and showed Bears content love. He subscribed.
What up, bro?
What up?
He subscribed to the channel. Do us a favor and hit Sports Chicago Style. That's Triple R there at the bottom. And Kedz a Canuck. That's that guy over there to the right of my voice. Go hit those channels too. And you guys in the chat, no maniacs. That's how we show love across communities. No matter who whose content it is, but when they come in and show love like that, go hit the subscribe button for him, man. Y'all show him some love and see his numbers come up, man. Go out there and let them know what the name of your channel is so they can do it, man.
Yeah, man. Throw that in the chat there, Ram. We'll give you a bunch of love because again,
you know, we got to give you some love because you know you took the flukes off our hands and you promptly got rid of them. So we're like Eskimo teams, kind of, you know, in that sense. So you know there's some kind of correlation there, but it's
real quick.
Man, they hate the Packers too, bro. Just to put that out there, they are not friends. So like, if I got to be friends with my enemy's friend. Hey, let's be friends. But my boy Dan Brown says, I bet McCaskey shit himself the first time. And like, I feel you. The following week's press conference, they asked Ben about that. I was like, so like, what did George think of those comments? And Ben said the best thing ever. He's like, I went up to McCaskey's office and we are in alignment. And I was like, yes, we are in alignment. George don't like them guys.
You know, George is that flam flarm kind of guy.
Yeah.
But he's like, I heard what you said, Ben, and I agree.
All right. Shout out to FFG just bust up in this piece.
Hey,
FFG.
And here we go. Real 910, you guys. Real 910 on YouTube. Do that man a favor, man, because you got to have balls to come in the Bears channel and show love and then take a, kick in the gonads about it.
Ding, ding.
He's a good sport about it all. So show Real 910 some love, man. You see the address right there on the screen, man. So just hit him up. I'll leave it up there for a minute. But y'all, we're gonna roll into one more conversation. And my biggest, I don't have any fear about any team in the North, or in the league for that matter. I see some other teams out there that's going to provide hella challenge for us. But in the North, let's just stick to that. The way we took one from Detroit, that's not a one-off, bro. That's not a one-off. You got to conquer that. And when you're in the midst of playing a team like that insists on being physical and beating you up at the line of scrimmage and running the ball on you just to top it off, that's embarrassing, man. And Ben Johnson, I remember that podium presser after that. He was flat out embarrassed. And a lot of people would say, oh, it's his first year. Dennis Allen's first year, and he had a bunch of, nah, dog, you gotta, can't let that shit ever happen again. Not only that, that's why I say they can't lose to him. They got to beat him, but you got to convincingly whoop them now. You got to return that ass whooping. Can't let a team do that to you and you don't return the favor. Bottom line, that's the team that I'm looking forward to the most. Green Bay aside, Minnesota aside, they got to whoop the shit out of Detroit for the shit whooping we just got put on us.
Well, that's in the division. That's the real litmus test. That'll be the one. I know we are their Super Bowl, so that much I can give them. They won the Super Bowl last year, I think twice. Congratulations. We went to the effing playoffs, so there's that quite a difference. Yo, Rel, I just subbed up, man. I just gave you a little sub, so
I did too. Sports Chicago style. See it on there.
I'm gonna get out of here and do you one too, man, in a minute.
We'll check your content, man, for sure. But yeah, that one's gonna be tough, man. I like once we really start to eat their lunch and get over that hump, it'll be really different here in the North, man. They got a good team over there. Can't say they don't. I have a lot of respect for their coach as well, mind you. Ben knows this all too well. He knows them from inside and out. So let's just hope he's got a couple of little stumble bums in his sleeve to pull out when it comes time to see the Detroit Lions.
Hold on. I'm going over here. I'm subbing the real shit right now, y'all.
Okay.
Yep. So you got Rel 910. He's excuse me, the Cowboys fella. And then you got the regulars. You got the Nomad Network, Kedz the Canuck, and Sports Chicago Style, also known as Triple RSCS. That's the @ thing on YouTube. I don't make the rules, I just report it.
Yeah.
Make sure you subscribe to all. Gracias.
You can shit on the Bears later on, man. I ain't one of them. I'll keep the sub there. If I decide to sub for you, man, you got to do something catastrophically crazy. You can talk some shit about the Bears. I ain't gonna remove my sub. I ain't like that. If I give you my sub, you gonna keep
it. Crimson saying George may be a stick in the mud, but he effing hates the Packers, and I couldn't stop laughing last year when he was in. There's one clip of George, and he's taking selfies with fans, and somehow a Packers fan, like he's at the tailgate, a Packers fan, like kind of photo bombed in, and George McCaskey, like he got to be 70 years old or 60 odd years old. He takes it upon himself to push this guy out the frame, and the guy come in like, "So man, pushed me out the frame," and somebody turned to him. He was like, "Do you know who that is? That's the owner. That's George McCaskey." He's like, "Oh shit." Right. All right, I guess but yeah, man, trust me, man. Like
but he did it with a smile.
He did do it. He was just playing around, and at the end of the day, there's a couple of things George did last year, and I gotta say, man, we eating line leg for Thanksgiving. That's it.
Well, but remember, I think he may have let his hair down a little bit, since moms
since
had
the passing of mom. That was exactly what I was going to say.
He might say, "Fuck." Oh. And then he'll have to realize he don't have to cover his mouth no more.
Sorry, Mom. You know what I mean? Like,
you know what I mean?
I can curse in the office now. Damn.
Granted, he is a senior citizen, but he's still a very wholesome young man.
Yeah, he's reserved and he does what he does, but all of that equals FGB, man. Yeah. He don't like them either.
Crimson says the main reason why they fired.
Because Lovey couldn't beat the Packers.
Hey, man.
That's actually a good take, Crimson. Real talk.
It gets that deep. It gets that deep here.
10 wins don't mean shit if they ain't the Packers.
There's two universes when it comes to Bears content, or will you play football in the NFL North? That rivalry right there is a world that has to be taken care of before you get out into the rest of the NFL world. You gotta square that up. And then once you do that, you're ready for the rest of the NFL world. Who won't next? That's how the NFL North is between the Bears and the Packers. Those two teams, even though, we only have so many Super Bowls between us, man, we're the barometer, in my opinion. Some people might disagree with that and say the AFC East or Central or all that kind of stuff, and I would understand their arguments, but I think it starts and stops in the NFL North.
It's definitely not the AFC. Well, not the AFC North either.
East, though. I mean, I'm talking about not just this year and the last couple of years, but let's just say over the last 15 years.
The East is Patriots, right?
Defense over there, man.
No, my beef with just that as even a potential statement is they've been running ruckshot over that division for almost 30 years.
I ain't gonna fuss with you.
I'm just saying, everybody has their own take. It wouldn't be my take. This division traditionally, and I'm gonna say probably for the past 30 years, has kind of been neck and neck. Right? It's a very bloodthirsty battle in the NFC North, man. It always has been, and I think it always will be. There have been times when each one of these teams has been,
garbage.
Yep. And
but back from when Tampa Bay was still in their division and they sucked, and the toilet sucked, and many sucked, and Green Bay sucked, and we sucked. There's been some suckage going on in NFC North.
There has been
big time, and now we're strong, and we're gonna be strong for a while here. And we enjoying some real good football, some great competition in there. And I think the North is the barometer right now. That's the way I feel about it. It's just some good, solid teams, and shit can go either way any given week. And trust me, the Rams thought that was going to be a walk in the park against us in that playoff situation, but it wasn't.
Yeah,
that just goes to show you we were the least talked about team in that division before last year.
and the Rams, were the favorite, right? Because they're the experienced team. Is like, oh yeah, Chicago shouldn't even be this far. Took them right down to the goddamn wire. And
bro, they should have lost that game. You know what I mean? Like they should have lost that game.
Yeah, shoulda, coulda, woulda, but yeah.
That's a game I think that forced them to go and do the things that they did in the
they did big bad things in
like
the
Trey
offseason.
DJ?
Huh?
No, he's talking to Rams though.
Yeah, we're talking about the Rams.
Yeah.
And the Buffalo, that's a whole other thing. That's why I say the AFC East is tough. Real tough.
I don't know about that, man.
Football. Well, the rookies start strapping it up this weekend, and I just saw that the aforementioned Jacoby Brissett is already in there with Arizona and his rookies. But he's trying to get a contract worked out, so he's putting his best foot forward. So yeah, it's almost football time, y'all. A little chill in the air. You know what I mean? It's not supposed to be in the air, but it's there.
Man, the last thing I would say before we move on to some food real quick is be ready for a tough competition every single week. You talking about big bolo swings gonna get took on us. People want to take us down, not simply because how well we performed last year. On top of it, we have Caleb Williams on the cover, and everybody want to get him. What happens in locker rooms and preparation during the week before you face another team, all of that shit gets brought up. All that shit is part of the conversation, and they're gonna want to come in here and swing on us. Just telling you. Or when we go to their place, they're gonna want to swing on us. Hard. Just letting y'all know right now. So when the game get contentious and we might go down a touchdown or two, maybe early in the game, and then have to come back, don't be surprised. They're gonna come on. They're gonna jump on us.
Yeah, it's football. You want to be the best, you got to beat the best, and then you got the teams that are just looking forward to playing. Let's say the Bears, because that will be, their Super Bowl for the year.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, man, if we can take out Iceman in them, we can hold our heads up high.
No,
Bro,
that's what we're talking about is the fuel of my little Panthers take. But I think the Bears sort of need that. I think they need just an early punch in the nuts to really.
You saw what happened with the Panthers, right?
No, what did I miss?
Their starting right tackle, blood clots.
Oh, yeah.
In his leg?
No, in his lungs or some shit.
Oh no.
Yeah. So he's on medication, but there ain't gonna be no football being played by him.
He ain't playing no football. Not there. Not in your lungs.
He'll get back out there, but it's gonna take some clearing. Man. You can't play around with that type of shit.
Not right now. No, not. He's like, when did this come out, Trip? Do you know?
This week, like yesterday, day before.
He's gonna miss training camp.
He's gonna have
oh yeah, that's already a given. They already said he's on the pup or something.
Anti-inflammatories, along with probably some type of steroids, all kinds of concoctions that it's gonna have to NyQuil that sickness that he's got going on. Mm-hmm. And dog, it's gonna take a minute, but I bet you he gets back on the field this year.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be for game one against us.
Oh no. It's probably gonna be 7, 8,
right,
somewhere up in there.
Shoot. Well, like I said, I think they just need a little bit of a shock to really and we got just like last year, in comparison. We got our shocks early in the season, and once we kind of shocked the system, Ben finally went back into the the locker room was like, what the H is going on in here? We need to do X, Y, and Z, and I need to see that on the field. And then when he started to see it, we started to see it. So
let me tell y'all, the last show we titled it "Iron Sharpens Iron" for a reason. The Bears are gonna have to go at each other like never before. I mean, physically, mentally, just really, really go at each other. Damn near make each other hate each other during this camp in order to get ready for this season. That's iron sharpening iron. You might hear about some fights. You might hear about some turmoil, some things. Just know when you hear that stuff, that's because they really are out to test each other. And if the head coach is what I think he is as a coach, he's going to encourage that because he knows what he's about to be dealing with.
Well, we also know that last training camp when the Bears did that practice with the Dolphins, all the Dolphins, like they was hitting us like they were playing football or something.
You know what, Trip? They were a good team before that practice. Like the year before, they weren't terrible. They put up some real good numbers. Tua was looking better. Things were on the up and up. That practice happened, the whole shit fell apart.
Took their soul. So I'm thinking, who didn't they sign a deal to play with Cleveland or Cincinnati or one of those teams in this preseason? I'm expecting that same physicality to be delivered.
And if you hear a story, something like, okay, somebody on the D-line broke through and got a hold of Caleb and threw his ass on the ground or something, and the whole offense went up, and the defense went up right behind it. Trust me, that's a good thing. Trust me when I tell you it's a great thing. Don't be pointing no fingers. Oh, you shouldn't have did this. He shouldn't have did. Nope.
If it's Dio Dangbo, I'm gonna be pissed off. Everybody else.
You already else favorites and shit.
Everybody else is fair game, bro.
Don't do that. Don't do that. If it go up, it go up. They all in the same game, man. They all in the same game. That's how you know they're getting ready. Trust me when I tell you, that's how you know.
Everybody else is fair game, bro. I'm just saying. 1-1.
All right. Y'all go.
Snap.
Y'all ready for some food, man? What y'all want to eat, man?
What do you got?
Let's start.
Mommy.
Give me a second. This is interesting, man. This is interesting. I want to see what y'all think about this. Anybody can read this off if you want to.
All right, I got it. Crawfish chowder. Ingredients: onions, potatoes, corn, bell pepper, garlic, celery, butter, heavy cream, flour, shrimp paste, chicken broth, shrimp, and crawfish. I've never done
anything in there you don't like.
No, I'll eat all of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
With some little croutons on the side.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Like anything creamy, soup. With these ingredients, I'll tell you one thing, kids and Trip. If you haven't had it, I'm telling you, crawfish, in particular, crawfish tails are very, very underrated. And I'm not a seafood guy. But crawfish tails, just crawfish altogether, but just the tails.
Crawfish is great.
Mm-hmm.
They're
like little baby lobsters.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I love a chowder. I love any kind of anything with potatoes in it is going to get my attention in the first place. But if it's creamy, it's got all these elements in it too. Oh my God, I'd eat the dog crap out of this. This is like a clam chowder flipped around, but on steroids to me. If you like clam chowder at all, you're gonna love this dish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is almost like we don't have any clams, but we got some scrimps and crawfish.
Yeah,
throw those up in there.
Honestly,
if you got some scallops, throw them up in there too.
Oh, you know what? Okay, fine. Throw the scallops in there. You know what I mean? Like scallops, if they're boiled down, they they work in a dish like this, they actually work really well. I'm not a big fan of scallops, as I said last week, but it really depends on how they are prepared. That's the bottom line. Like both clam chowder and crawfish chowder is a lot of bloody work to make, because you got to de-shell and then chop it all up. Like it's a process, man, just to get down to what you're seeing there on the screen. Either way, I'm super in. I would eat this 100%. I eat this.
I'm like you, Dan. The only potato I don't like, I don't care for sweet potatoes. I ain't gonna tell you I don't like them, but I just, I avoid yams and sweet potatoes. I just don't
why?
Because I just don't care for them.
You don't like sweet.
Yeah, I just don't like sweet. Like,
I don't really consider them. I don't really consider them sweet, and it's funny because they're actually very low in glycemic,
actual sugars.
In actual sugars. Thank you, Trip. I'm no scientist.
Last time I ate one, my grandma she just got some out the oven. I just happened to walk up in there. She had like 6 or 7 on a dish, on the oven sheet, and she put nutmeg, cinnamon, butter.
Brother, and you didn't like this, brother?
I ate one.
I
ate one or half of one.
And you walked out the room?
Yeah, I mean,
damn.
You one of those people that has a taste for sweet. I'm not,
bro. Like basically, True Pilgrim is saying, I love sweet potato pie. Do you like sweet potato pie?
Every blue moon, I might eat a slice.
Thanksgiving.
Basically, what she made for you is just like the guts of sweet potato pie,
right? With no pie,
no pie, no crust. You know what I mean? The extra carbs.
I won't eat it if it's sitting there. I definitely don't eat it. But every now and again, somebody be like, "Try this one. Try this one. She made this, or he made that." I'll try. I just eat it just to shut people up. But I don't just go for that. That's just me, man. That's just me. I know I'm a weirdo. I know it.
You're honestly not that weird, because the whole sweet potato thing for me didn't happen until much later in life, understanding that they're low in actual sugars, right? So because they were, and I clearly had to take potatoes out of my diet. By the way, potatoes are the worst, y'all. I love them as much as the rest of you. They're awesome, but they're the worst. They're not good for you. Just like
no. If it's from the ground, it's good for you. It's about how much of it do you eat, and how do you eat it,
and how do you prepare it? Yeah.
Yes. It's starchy. It's starchy. That's the problem that most people have with them. But however, if it's from the earth, it's from the soil, it is good for you. It's about how much of it. Like, I like potatoes a little too much, and that's why I don't buy them.
Look, I love potatoes, and who said it? Dan's like, he's Irish. I've never met a potato I don't like. Yeah, bro. And Crimson is saying he don't like baked potatoes.
Oh, you tripping.
My wife doesn't like scallop potatoes, and I'm like, what? Why? Like, what's wrong with scallop potatoes? Well, I don't. But you like cheese, you like potatoes. What's the big deal? It's just potatoes. Potatoes in any form is delicious. I don't give a shit. I honestly don't. I love them. Mind you,
well, let's see.
I had to transition off of them for quite some time because they might put me in the dirt. You know, well, you say they're coming out the dirt and they're good.
You gotta be mindful of that, kids. However, go ahead, Trips. You was about to say something too.
Yes, potatoes can be a healthy part of your diet. They are naturally fat-free, low in calories, and packed with essential nutrients like vitamin C, vitamin B6, and potassium. However, their healthiness largely depends on how they are prepared and what you pair with them.
That goes to that's perfectly said. It's anything that's from the earth, kids, like that. You eat it. Now, with your case, you probably should stay away from it because you're going to treat it just the way the back end of that comment was said. You're going to do too much.
Butter, sour cream, some cheese.
Any of that stuff. Or French fried. It doesn't matter. Any of that stuff, I will eat it and I love it. I do.
Shit, microwave baked potatoes.
I don't care how you got the potatoes.
Toaster oven baked potatoes, oven wedges.
You know what I'm saying? I don't care what you use to bake that potato. I will eat it.
I'll tell you how much I love a potato. I can boil that thing. I'm talking about eating the skin and all. Boil that thing a little bit. Boil that thing a little bit, bust it open a little bit, put some salt and pepper on it. Throw a little hot sauce on it and enjoy it. Just like that. I don't even have to put butter in it.
Said no gravy and cheese curds.
Yeah, my kids want to eat it. That's why it's destroying your ass.
Deuce, I draw the line at powdered taters. He knows very, very well. That's where we draw the line. But straight up, man, it's just one of them things. I love potatoes. What I had learned, like basically what I had done for months, was substitute potatoes with broccoli and or cauliflower, mostly cauliflower. Kind of worked out in many dishes. And when I really had a potato Jones, I went sweet potatoes, man. And like if you really chop it up and crisp them up, chop them up real thin and crisp up some sweet potatoes, throw them in the air fryer. After toss them in a little bit of oil, a little bit of just like a little drop of oil, man, you can make some badass sweet potato fries. I become a sweet potato fries guy just to wean myself away from big potato love, man. I can't do it.
Well, have you ever thinly sliced like a sweet potato, thin like a potato chip, then put those in and then make sweet potato chips?
Oh damn! You know what? I haven't. You're good. So like I haven't done this myself now, but I've actually purchased sweet potato chips. They ain't so bad, man. They're not. They're not bad. You would actually get used to it.
Whenever you start talking about anything sweet, as far as this conversation goes, there's two people in the world. Two people go to Subway, get a meal. And everything that comes with that meal, the drink, cookie, and all that kind of shit. There's that person. And then there's that person that goes in there and gets the same meal, drink, cookie, and all that. And your girlfriend takes the cookie. And there's a person in the world that's mad about that and the person that don't care. I'm the person that don't give a fuck. Eat that motherfucker. Kedz is clearly the person that you don't fuck with my cookie.
No, I ain't getting mad. I'll just buy another cookie. What the
hell?
I'm
right. You know I'm right.
I ain't getting. Did you hear me? I ain't getting mad. I'll go buy myself. You want the cookie? I'll go get another fucking cookie.
Don't eat that cookie, man.
Either way,
I love chocolate chip cookies, bro. Like these are things that I've had to pull myself and wean myself off of. But like I say, it's got everything to do with carbohydrate intake, what you're putting in your body. The white devils, as our good friend the chef would say.
Be here next Wednesday.
This is correct. This is correct. You just kind of want to you want to reduce the intake of those things, and like if I'm doing if you want to drop weight and actually enjoy eating food, but in an equal trade. Ooh, you.
Well, but something that
she knows she can have that cookie. I don't give a fuck about.
Give me that.
I think y'all missed it.
Go ahead. What you say?
No, he's saying she can have my cookie. It's an equal trade.
Because he gets her cookies.
He gonna get her cookie.
I ain't about that.
But he also said, Crimson, that is instant potatoes are the best sauce gravy thickener.
In that scenario, that's not crazy. Yeah,
he's not wrong. I tried that.
Yeah, me too. I've done it a couple of times. It works very well.
But yeah,
it works very well.
Back to potatoes and
Truth Nine is back from Roma Doomsday talk.
Back to potatoes and chowder. I think this is I think this is somewhere borderline. If you want to stay along the lines of healthy, this is a good way to eat a chowder.
I'm just laughing because I'm looking at the chat and like Bear Truth Nine. Put us back
Hey,
on
Mike.
track.
Cookies.
Thanks, BT9. Appreciate that, man.
But crawfish chowder, y'all bear with me, man, because I got a few minutes. What, any last thoughts about this? I'd eat 3 bowls of this without a problem. I mean, good sized bowls.
Yeah, good.
No problems with this at all. This is again. I'm a soup guy, so you got me. You got me for sure. Not only am I a soup guy, but I'm also a seafood guy. So check 2. Let's go.
I don't know about y'all, but I might just to finish this off with a little cheddar cheese on top.
Mm-hmm. Couple splashes of some Tabasco.
Hell yeah, Trip. Hell
That's not crazy, Trip. Yeah, okay. That's not crazy. Give it a little bit of kick.
Yeah, that's perfect. That would be a perfect dish for me. With that Tabasco, that's my go-to hot sauce. By the way, it's the only one I have in my refrigerator right now, so it's definitely go-to.
Mm-hmm.
I'm right with the phone.
Let's get to another one. This might sound I've done this before, and it's easy. It's easy. Let's just say that. And you can do this.
Man, we miss you.
Cordon bleu.
Bleu.
Bleu. Sacre bleu. Ingredients: onion powder, garlic
Poulet, cordon bleu,
Swiss cheese, honey, a Dijon mustard, none of that yellow stuff, milk, flour, eggs, Parmesan, breadcrumbs, ham, and chicken boobies.
I've eaten this. The first time I ate it was frozen.
Yeah, me too.
Second time I ate it, I met one of the first people I met in Atlanta, a female. We ended up, having a decent relationship. She was a chef downtown, right? I mean, when I say right next door, I mean literally right next door to the most famous strip club in the world in Atlanta. Y'all know what that is. I can't even think of the name right now.
Magic City?
Magic City. Right there, pretty much adjacent to it. Go down there, and she's this damn chef down there, right there. I mean, when I tell you that woman can cook, she showed me how easy it was to make cordon bleu. I felt like a fucking idiot.
Flatten it out, roll it up. It's a little work intensive.
I wouldn't even say that, man.
Well, but the thing is, it's you're making it. And I remember growing up, they would sell them frozen individually, the cordon bleus, chicken cordon bleus, and in the freezer. And they had like the Swiss and ham, different flavors. There was like a butter and somebody, but the cordon bleu, delicious. But it's, you gotta, flatten out the chicken boobies and you gotta roll them up. And it's intensive, but the flavor is worth it.
She showed me how to do it with the toothpicks.
Yeah, hold them in place, roll them up.
That's the thing most people would see as a hurdle. How you keep that together. And then she showed me how you can do it with the eggs. You can do it with the eggs, you kind of paste them together, which is what the eggs do, but that's some chef shit. But if you want to make this simply and you want to make this as a rookie beginner I like the taste, I want to try this, use the toothpicks to put them together and you'll be all right. And this will go hard whether you do it over a hot stove or in a damn air fryer right about now. Everything in here is air fryer good.
These are delicious though. Right?
Yeah.
These are super super tasty. I've never had this homemade in my life. I've also never ordered this in a restaurant. Okay. Oh, all right, Crimson. I was just gonna say I asked the chat if anybody's ever had this homemade because I've never had it like that. But it would probably turn out super good if somebody put the time, energy, and effort into it. And it's everything Trip was just saying. You got to tenderize that meat, kind of beat it up and roll it up, stuff it. You know what I mean? Like it's one hell of a process.
You got to smack it up, flip it, and rub it down.
Oh no!
Hey, Trip, hey Crimson, you know what? That's what old girl told me something similar. He said because she did
She
it.
told you to smack it up, flip it, and rub it down.
No, she's talking about the
Oh,
paint.
sorry.
Yeah, I did all that later on. That's a whole.
You know what I'm saying?
That's a whole other story.
Yeah, but well, hold on. We gotta show some love. Real quick. We gotta show some love. Hold up. Wait. Anybody that wants to start there, just read this off. Shout out to Bear Truth 9 for the $4.99 super chat. We love you.
One meal for the rest of your life and drink, water included. What meal?
Oh, so easy for me. I'll let you guys go.
I can start.
Yeah, go ahead.
It would be a Chicago a Chicago thin crust with a Pepsi or 7-Up.
Now, that one meal, like if it's pizza, do you get different toppings or do you have to have like the same toppings every day?
You gotta stick with it. You gotta get it the way a hot ass pizza with a sausage pizza. I would just stick there.
One meal for the rest of your life and drink.
Pepsi.
All right. Oxtail, rice and peas, and a ting.
True Jamaican.
Super Jamaican.
Yeah,
delicious.
I'll eat that pizza, that hot ass piece of piping hot out of that thing every goddamn day with a Pepsi or 7-Up with some ice in it, the little beads ice. I'll make sure that's specific. Beady ice. Eat that every day. Every damn day.
Mm-hmm. See, I would give me a Chicago dog. You know, I down one of them, and for drink, I'm a water kind of guy. But if I had, like, I'll do the flavors, like the sugar-free flavors and stuff, you know, to jazz up the water. So I'll probably stick with water. I know it's boring, but I don't drink pop anymore, and you know, I can't have beer every night with dinner. You know what I'm saying? So water, yeah, Chicago dogs and water.
Okay, so Bear Truth 9 has a little sub question to it. He says you can have 3, talking about toppings, course, or pizza. How would you want it?
Right, you can have 3 course.
Basically, he said you can have 3 things on it. How would you want it?
No, I think he's saying you can have a 3-course meal or pizza.
Oh, I'm gonna stick with the pizza because that's a 3-course meal on it. All together.
Pizza's awesome. Like, real talk, if you had to eat it every day, and especially if you could change up toppings,
right?
Real talk is probably the best answer to this question.
And then it's like you go thin, you go deep. You know what I mean? You go Detroit, you go whoever, New York style.
New York style, yeah.
You know, different toppings. It's all still pizza, technically.
Give me
different.
Let's entertain them. Let's give them a close second. Kedz, we'll start with you.
Close second is it's probably pizza. Either pizza or no, it's not. Close second for me, straight up and down, hamburger and fries, man.
Yeah, I was just thinking about hamburger because there's many different ways you can make
cheeseburger,
juicy ones, cheeseburgers, thick, juicy ones. You can make like the thin, sharp, smash ones and double them up, triple them up. So yeah, burgers, hot dogs, pizza. Yeah, you can tell how we eat.
Yeah, I think my close second has got to be a 6-piece whole wing, whole fried wings with fries,
hard, little lemon pepper on there.
Something.
You can put all kinds of different things on there.
Hot sauce, that's all I need.
Yeah,
I'm on your ass after that. Maybe a little bread or something. I don't eat this.
That's a close third. You know what I mean? Like, that's a close third right there.
And if you, because I'm a flavor kind of guy. So like if you go burritos, you know, some days you can have chicken burritos, you have steak burritos, you got, you know, like ground beef burritos, you have veggie burritos.
Yeah, you can flip it up, man. You can change it up.
Bet you that said y'all just throwing away living, huh?
What you want to eat? Like what vegetables? The fuck?
Yeah, carrots.
Green beans.
I will eat one day. I got to either address taste or shit. If I got to eat it forever,
That's
Right.
why I was saying, like, it's
Gotta
got to be
enjoy the
something that
food.
I really like to have it every day for the rest of my life. Mind you, like, if it was vegetables, yeah, I could probably just.
I
I'd
can do
probably just
fries.
eat
I can do fries every day.
I mean, it's
You do.
like going to, not eating MREs because they have different, menus or different items in there. But like, just if you didn't have to prepare food, but to consume, all you have to do is like pop a couple pills, and they would expand in your belly and make you full. And now you've eaten. There's no fun in that. There's no taste. There's no exoticness. There's no flavor. There's no dancing on the taste buds. You got to enjoy your food, not just consume your food.
Well, I just so
Yo.
happen to live in a food utopia, being in the Chicago area, and I so happen to be able to ingest a food utopia just because of my willingness to go out there and work out at home and sweat and keep my body regulated. So I enjoy a food utopia. I can eat any of this shit I want to, or as much as I want to, so long as I'm willing to put in the sweat equity and get it out of me. So I look at food different than everybody else. Everybody else is managing, everybody else is measuring. I'm careful, but I don't need to be because I'm always sweating shit out.
Now, if you're like Crimson here, a simple salad, Monica's sweet dressing, lasagna with garlic bread, and a glass of wine, the drier the better, and tiramisu for dessert. That sounds kind of like you're packing on some pounds there.
That's a badass meal.
I know the pizza he's talking about. Everything about that pizza is good except for the toppings. It's good. It's just not enough of them. That Monica's pizza is delicious, but you got to double and triple the toppings for me in order to be satisfied with that pizza. It's just real light on the toppings. I'm just gonna say, but some people like that. All right. One last dish. I want to see what you guys think of this. I think this one's gonna get kids. This
he said the pizza is trash, but that dressing is phenomenal.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Monaco's.
I think I'm gonna have to do a series on these.
Buffalo garlic parm wings. Ingredients: baking powder, garlic powder, onion powder, salt and pepper, buffalo sauce, butter, grated parm, lemon juice, and wing portions.
Kedz loves to eat. Every time I talk to him recently, this guy has always got some wings going on, and these wings, there is nothing about any part of these ingredients that I don't think jive together. Everything goes together, and in fact, if you go down this road and you're making that buffalo sauce, it's going to require a little butter, it's going to require a little lemon juice. Some people want to be fashionable and put that Parmesan, grated Parmesan on the top so it can look pretty. No, fuck that. Melt that shit in the sauce.
So you put, wait now. So are you putting this all in the batter?
No. You do the batter like you fry regular chicken. I'm talking about putting the sauce together to coat these.
Okay.
Wings. And they are battered wings.
That's what I'm looking at.
I prefer battered wings because to me, people be like, "What do you need them batter for?" Because it's a whole nother level of flavor. That's why.
You're not wrong. I do not batter my wings for the simple reason that, again, it's just it just added carbs. So that's why I pound wings, man. I'll eat as opposed to having wings and fries or wings, and I will eat 30 wings. Fuck it. You know what I mean? Like just the chicken, no batter on there. And the way that I do it is kind of special. And we can get into that another day. With a little bit of lately I've been using Obey, man. Obey spice. Obey's a nice little spice, man.
Hold on, pause that conversation because it took you a while to get there. We're gonna hammer your ass for that. But let me shout out to Crimson. He's been rocking with us for 21 months. re-up?
Crimson?
This is a great question because this question is kind of pregnant. He says, question for the chat is flats or drums. That's one question. But then he says, obviously, boneless chicken nuggets don't count. Why people call that shit chicken wings just upsets me every time I hear it. Chicken nuggets, like boneless chicken nuggets, like you go to what is the most famous wing chain? Wingstop. And people say they're going to get wings, and they come back with a whole bunch of big ass chicken nuggets, chicken breasts and shit. Talking about no fucking wings, man. I thought you said you was getting wings.
Well, I mean, but look at this. The question: flats or drums? What about the flippers, my man?
See, that's
are you a flipper guy?
I love the flippers, bro. Come on.
It's funny, man. I just bought a bunch of these, and that was the question. It's like, do you want them with the flippers or no? And I was like,
I got it. When I get wings,
need the flippers.
When I get wings, if there's
not a wing without the flipper,
the whole wing, you get the whole wing.
Yeah, and the whole wing includes the flipper. So when you get flats and or drums, it's like, well, why are my wings being cut up and then the other third being discarded? You know, what
so
are we doing?
Here is my
kids. I got this one for you, just as an extra. Then you can go. If you want to make sure you're eating chicken, and the option is getting the whole wing versus these little portions, get the goddamn whole wing, bro.
That's a good call. The problem was, and this is what was explained to me, because I was buying in bulk. And what the gentleman said to me was like, where do you usually get your chicken wings? I was like, as of late, I just go to Costco. Costco gives you a pretty sizable amount of chicken wings portioned out. 20-ish bucks Canadian. It was okay. Like, we'll do the same thing, but you're paying for the weight of the flipper. And I was like, you know what? I don't really want to pay for the weight of the flipper. Like, I don't. He's like, I didn't think you did. He's like, I wanted to impart that to you and let you know, because it's just at a slightly extra cost. He's like, our wings
say like $3?
Well, it's probably an extra $3 to $5 worth of flipper in this bulk package of wings that he'd be selling. And he's like, you'll probably be better off getting it at the Costco.
They gave you some feline arm.
Where, at the Costco?
What do they do with the flippers?
Who, Costco? They cut them off. They portion it themselves.
Dude, buy the whole damn wing, dude.
Why would I do that?
And then if you
enjoy the flipper.
But I don't like the flippers. Like,
you can eat all the bones in there except for that one main one, but the other ones are chewable, and you get the little. It's delicious.
I don't need all that.
Like, and then if they're fried, they're extra crispy and crunchy.
If I battered my wings, I would be more inclined to go flipper. All right, that's just me, because you're getting all that sort of extra stuff. I don't batter my wings, man. So without the batter, I'm so much less inclined to really to do the flipper thing. I will if it's there. I will, but I don't want to buy it.
No, they in Calumet they still do something like a Muanoink. It's not Muanoink no more, but they do something else. Same thing, different name. And you go buy you a case of chicken wings. Probably cost you're gonna probably get, I'd just say probably about 70 wings, maybe more, maybe 100 for about 40 something bucks, and their whole wings. Maybe 50. You know what I mean? You don't complain about that.
But
but it's the whole wing.
I'm just saying, but you're paying extra for the extra weight. Most of these things are actually served by weight and price.
Well, like Crimson is saying, it's not price per unit. You get more meat without it. But I remember growing up, they didn't. I mean, you could, if you went to a butcher, have the flippers chopped off. But when you got wings, it's like, give me 10 wings. And it's like they're however much they were, but you ate it all, because back then, I know it seems weird, but the flippers actually had more meat on it, than these little baby ass chickens that they be selling today. So it was like not a turkey wing, but it was still more substantial than today's chicken wings.
Mm.
And so I could see it today if you're trying to save a few bucks and the flippers aren't what they used to be, the wings aren't what they used to be, because they already done. It's like, you want flats or you want the other one or drums. It's like, no, I want a wing.
So look at it this way. You know, I know everybody got bougie, they too good to eat the flipper. Let me tell you something. It's part of the chicken wing. Does it have as much meat on it as, say, a drum or anything? No. But you go somewhere in Chicago, right? And you go to next Harold's, next Uncle Remus, and you tell them, you don't really need to because they already do that, but you tell them to fry that chicken hard. And you get that chicken, you're going to get whole wings, and you separate them how you got to break it apart, whatever you're going to do. But when you get to that little tip portion, that flipper, try that motherfucker and see if you don't want to eat right through it.
Like I say, if it's on my plate, I'll eat it. But if I'm buying it, I'd rather pay for the extra meat than the flippers. That's where I'm at with that. There's a second part to the original question, which is drums or flats, and the answer is flats.
Not the drum, but like the drum, wouldn't it have more meat?
You know what? This is gonna probably sound wrong.
It's a flipper from BT9.
What's a flipper? That third part of the wing.
The third wheel, shit.
It's the actual wing,
It's the
really.
drum,
That's
the flat,
really what
and
it
the
is.
flipper.
It's the actual wing. Flats it is, Heel says.
One of my buddies that I used to shoot pool with happened to be a white guy. And in Georgia, we had a hillbilly bar.
You know it, Crimson.
But there's a mixture of, there's some white, there's some Latino, there's some black people, in and out. And he asked me that question. And he's all drums, bro. White guy. And we was going through the night. I was just like, we made a bet. We made like a $30 bet. And he won it. And he told me, he said, whoever comes to this, because we got the girl that's serving, chick named Carrie, to come to the table and let us know who orders what. Because when I go order wings, I don't give a fuck what they bring me out. It's chicken wings. And so I'm not specific. I don't go in there and say all flats or all drums. I just give me some wings. And so people were real specific in this bar. He was just like, I guarantee you, every white person that comes up to this bar is going to ask for all drums. I'm just like, why? He's just like, I bet they don't.
That's what they eat.
And you know what his reasoning for it was, it's just more meat. In his mind, I guess.
Yeah, but also you gotta remember, if you're cooking the wings at home and you're doing the whole wing, the drum, the flat, and the flipper, something that you got to remember to do is fold that flipper underneath the drum and wedge it under there, and it'll keep it uniform size wise. If not, the flipper wide, it'd be like spread eagle.
Not if you're doing deep fry, it don't really matter. It's gonna go down there. But if you're doing like a pan fry where everything ain't covered, yeah, you need to fold that.
Mm-hmm.
And some grape drink.
Yeah. So he won that bet.
Purple?
Like, ain't no way somebody gonna just come in here and just. I didn't know that was a thing. But time after time, like 7 to 8, maybe 10 people, all drums, bro.
And they served it like that? They served it to them all drums?
Just like that.
Damn.
Now the question is, are you all gristle eaters?
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Kedz?
Yeah, he is, because I seen that motherfucker clean bones. Stop playing.
I'm not big on gristle, but at the end of the day, definitely big on some flats, man. Flats are for me.
And you
The
know
worst
what?
part about it,
the 2 bones in there.
the worst part about it is my wife is quite the opposite. She will go to the restaurant and ask for all flats, and I think we found 2 restaurants in town that will actually accommodate that. The downside is really I have to somehow like give up my flats for her.
Wait, cookies, flats? You're
I-
such a giver, kids.
I'm losing all the time. I'm just saying.
My girlfriend's like that too, kid. Don't feel alone.
Okay, all right.
I have to slice flats all the time because that's her favorite part.
If I make a mad amount of chicken wings, I know I'm losing 75% of the flats. I'm losing it, so I just shut up
to the missus.
You know what I mean? I just shut up and eat the drumsticks and call it a day. Get my couple of flats in there so that I'm at least happy as a human being, and away we go.
AC said Gristle is savage.
I am savage.
Hey, that's what you got the molars and shit for.
Dog, I won't heal. I know it's, I mean, not heal, but AC.
At an extra charge. That's slick.
Like I eat, there's two sides of me. The way I eat when I'm out is one thing. I won't embarrass the lady or anybody else that's out eating with me and be a savage when I'm in public. When I'm at home, you ain't finding shit but skeleton.
Shit, in public, I'm cleaning them bones.
I ain't gonna do that to nobody.
Because
I'll turn into a spectacle.
I'm eating it.
Them flats, it is an art. It was, man. I had my boss. We went out for chicken wings one night, man. We're drinking beer, and I'm eating chicken wings, and he stopped me and he just stared at me, bro. You ever see that? I'm laughing. You ever see that Jack Black meme where he's just like in the distance nodding? You know what I mean? I'm talking about. This was my boss sitting across from me. I'm like, what are you looking at, man? He's like, man, I got to just tell you that I respect your wing technique. We pounded up and it was like, all right, I can give you some nap for that. Okay. My technique is serious with them flats. Them flats disappear.
What is Dan Brown?
2 bones at the end, and that's that.
Yeah, yummy. See, if KFC just sold breaded skin, I'd buy it. Anybody else? Well, yeah, that's like we were talking about Long John Silver's, and they sold the crumbs, which was basically, the batter that fell off of the chicken or the shrimp or whatever they were frying. And so it's same premise.
Hey, you know how they say you can't take your family everywhere? You can't take your family in all places. Like sometimes you can't take your family with you. So one time this is when this is a long time ago, but I had some people from work. And some people that are higher up, they just insisted on coming to my cookout. And at this cookout, I was frying some chicken, barbecuing some chicken, and some other shit I had going on. But my fucking family stumbled upon, I got like about 15, maybe 20, 22 people up in there in this little ass apartment. And it's, trying to be somewhat professional, show them, hey, you hang out, have a good time. Man, my fucking cousins show up. A couple of my cousins show up. And I'm just like, God damn, who is this? This your family? Everybody's talking to them. They mix in well, but when we start eating, here's one of my cousins closer to my age talking to one of my younger cousins. And we having a moment, we just, chopping it up. Here these loud motherfuckers come. Hey, yo, this motherfucker don't know how to eat no chicken, do it, cuz.
Like, damn, don't say it in front of him.
How did him?
That's a me and you conversation, cuz. Like, what are you doing here? I have to work with these people on Monday, man. What the hell?
This motherfucker don't know how to eat no chicken, do it, cuz.
Like, damn, just because you ain't got no job, don't be coming here fucking mess shit up.
Ah, shit. That's too funny.
I mean, food fell out of my mouth. I just like, you got to be motherfucking kidding. Yeah. I'm trying to run them off to begin with so they didn't get all the way through the door. They busted up in the motherfucker. Like, God damn, these motherfuckers.
What up, cuz?
And all he did was leave the flipper and didn't eat parts of the flipper. He one of my younger cousins, didn't have to go through the struggle too much. And I was just like, this motherfucker right here, man. God damn. I was so embarrassed, bro. He said, cuz this motherfucker don't know how to eat no chicken, too. it just was yeah, man. You know, like I said, eating chicken out in the public, man. I can't go straight heathen on nobody in public. I'm gonna do that behind closed doors. But yeah, I was embarrassed. They never let me hear that. I mean, live that down, man. They talked about my ass like a dog at work.
Well, shit, just think at work, you know, when you wasn't there, you'd be like, then his cousins came in and said something about the flippers. What was that all about?
They didn't know what he was talking about till the motherfucker picked it up and was like, look at this motherfucker chicken. He was like, look at this chicken, man. He ain't even eating none of this shit.
That's exactly the conversation at the boiler, at the water cooler.
Have you had a flipper?
What
you mean like the dolphin?
What the hell is a flipper?
I'm just God. Can you picture some shit like that?
100%. Trust me. Our boys were exactly the same, man. Exactly. You just can't. You can't. Why did you bring them? Why did you take them out in this capacity? Man. You should have known, bro. You should have known better, man.
Take y'all nowhere.
I was just like, they. It's like you seen the room. You know how people can read the room and just know how to fall in the line and just mix into it. Motherfuckers ain't got none of that kind of sense. They all street. All street. Went straight to the refrigerator, found something to drink.
There ain't nobody name on it.
Yeah, just bring it. I'm laughing because you bring back memories, man. You bring it back. That's too funny, man.
All right. Any last thoughts about the buffalo garlic parm wings? We can talk about
so many different ways to flavor wings, but buffalo garlic parm looks delish.
Mm-hmm.
I think we might have to do a series on these, man, because there's so many, like Trip says, a lot of ways to do these. And I've tried a few, but I'm stuck on buffalo garlic. Parm, that's a good mix too. I've had them with the grated cheese on top. I was just like, nah, you messed this up by putting this shit on top. You're supposed to fold that into the hot mixture, and it would have really coated these motherfuckers.
Now you're talking like a parm sauce, like a gar par sauce.
Yeah.
That's how you do these.
You gotta take it and just imagine you just burned one and you was in there in your head and you just trying to concoct some shit.
Oh fuck. I've been that guy, man. There's no denying this. Definitely, man. Thank the Lord. I've put down the Jesus. That would happen to me too often, man. You just wind up in the kitchen being like, damn,
that's how great things happen, man.
What have we here? And you just things materialize and you make yourself something amazing. Honey garlic parm. Hello. Now that's like that type of stuff.
I've tried shit and failed big time, bro. And I've tried shit that
me too a couple of times. Did you finish eating it though? Or did you throw it out?
Well, no, you're eating the food, not throwing it out.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking. Then it was fine. That's why I'm asking the question. That it wasn't.
No, it's like,
bad.
next time I'm not gonna put this in there. I'm not gonna put that in there. But I'm eating this tonight, though.
Mm-hmm.
You know how much these wings cost?
You can't get to greatness without fucking up something.
Mm-hmm.
This is true, man. Trial and error. That's why they call it trial and error. But
you got to be willing to fail to get to where you need to go to.
Yeah, you know how to do it even better next time.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
Practice makes perfect.
All right. Let me make sure I ain't got nothing else. Okay, that's it for the food. But we gotta take another turn here real quick, because I just want, more than anything else, man, I want No Maniacs and people that subscribe to all three channels, Sports Chicago Style, Kedz of Canuck, and over here at the Nomad Network, sometimes to be informed. So what I learned and what's in my mind is, don't just assume everybody knows everything that you know, or you go and study and do homework on. Just assume everybody's just a layman about it and they ain't seeing the things that you see and they ain't doing the homework you're doing. So this is more informative than it is anything in this portion of the show. But I got to start it off this way so that we do this right. Give me 1 second. Do it like this. So I've seen some things, Trips. Seems to be your favorite part of what we do outside of bears, man. But I've seen some stuff that I want to get into detail about when we finish. But this is U.S. consumer woes. If any one of y'all want to read it, go right ahead. If not, I can read it. No, I can.
I got it.
All right.
U.S. consumer woes. Many Americans are cutting back on shopping and long-distance travel due to persistent high costs for everyday essentials. Rising gas and airfare prices are causing consumers to shift to a trade-down economy. Examples: choosing shorter, more regional trips, hunting for discounts, and prioritizing necessities like groceries over retail shopping and vacations.
I know this is a pregnant statement, but kids, tell me first thing that comes to your mind when you saw that trade down economy.
The fact that that everybody should be doing this type of stuff right now because it's crazy, but that's all that really came to mind.
Well, trade down is like instead of getting, the $40 bottle of whatever, you get the $30 bottle. Instead of getting top shelf, you get medium shelf.
Mm-hmm. Don't get too
instead
medium
of getting, the brand new whatever it is that came out, you wait till it goes on sale, or you get it refurbished or used.
I thought I saw it in a way of, okay, I wanted to go to hit Brazil this year, but I'm gonna trade and go to South Carolina, Myrtle Beach or something. That's the way I saw it. In that
domestic versus international.
Yeah, more regional.
So staycation as opposed to traditional vacation.
Trade off, and I think that's smart. I think the wise people will go that route instead of you can see everything ballooning around you, prices, inflation, gas, all this stuff is going up and up and up, and it's starting to make things get tight. But I do think there's people amongst us, and I ain't just talking about in the United States. It could be everywhere, and I'm sure they are. But you have this tradition of, okay, every year I take my family here, or we decide we want to go there, and it costs us X amount of dollars. I can't let my family down. You got those types of people out there that don't read the room. Instead of taking that trade down economy and just taking what's presented and what makes more sense, they will get further into debt just to keep up appearances. And to me, that's absolutely stupid. I don't, that's just my opinion, but what do you guys think about? Because this is loaded with all kinds of stuff. And at the end of it, they're talking about prioritizing necessities like groceries over retail shopping. I saw that big time when I was in Missouri. I haven't been to a Walmart in I don't know how long. I just don't shop there. Where most people go, I don't go.
Well, you got to remember though, the people that are, still, let's say, living beyond their means or putting a lot of stuff on credit cards, or what's the expression, are just trying to keep up with the Joneses. It's like, well, they took a vacation to wherever the fuck, so we got to do it too. We can't, have some family vacay photos from, a couple states away when all of the people that we aspire to be in their group, are going international. So we got to go international too. So there's a lot of that, with just people that care about those outward appearances or, putting on those airs. So those people are the ones that are going to max out the credit cards and go into debt just to, keep appearances up, as opposed to it's like, yeah, let's cut this back, let's cut that back, and we still good, and not as stressed. And so when people say, well, look at it, they got a big house, nice car, why are they always so stressed? Because they can't afford that shit.
That's where it pays off to have a strong partner. You got to have a strong partner. Somebody's got to be strong here. And, I'm nowhere near nobody's misogynist, but let me tell you something. Something about credit cards and women don't fucking go together in tight situations unless she's a strong-minded individual and reasonable. Otherwise, she just going to keep exacerbating that shit. Truth be told. Women, credit cards, god damn, man.
And credit cards are fine for emergencies or for things that you plan for, but for vacation, no. For frivolous things, no. There was a video of some football player, I think it was LSU or one of those. He had his NIL money, and he was dancing on a little TikTok video with his girl, and she had all these bags, some designer bags, like $50,000 worth of goddamn bags. And it's like, yeah, you got the money now, but you need to invest that to have it in the future. These bags ain't gonna mean shit next week when she's, sucking the next ninja's rooster, and it's a loss. You got to write that off. And so, whether it be in a relationship or a family, or you're single or trying to put on airs, don't.
Trips almost made me spit all over this computer, but
it was a good Onyx reference though.
He caught himself, man. He's
self-editing.
I'm actually proud of the motherfucker.
Yeah, he did. It was a good sticky fingers reference.
We need more of that, man, because Trip scared me sometimes.
I wish I could argue with you about the misogynistic thing, but it's slightly true on this one. End of the day, like, none of this upper end stuff is really a requirement. You gotta sort of stop and look at what works for you and do that shit, right? Because right now, from an economic perspective, the average American citizen is really getting hosed. And I'm not an American citizen at all. I'm a Canadian citizen, but I can relate, right? Like a lot of the pain you're feeling has to do with the tariffs that have been put on many other countries and stuff coming in, and that's just going to raise the cost of everything in and around North America. It's a little bit less here with respect to tariffs because, we're not really tariffing. But the gas situation affects all of us. So in that respect, everything is baked back into that gas price, right? That's how that delivery company makes their money back, is by upcharging that gas price to the manufacturer of the product, right? Or the producer of the product. It all rolls back into our pockets and comes out at the grocery store. So yeah, you can go to the designer shop or whatever and go and buy your stuff. That's really what you want to do. I've kind of resorted to like a 3-pronged grocery situation. I buy most of my stuff at Walmart, and I hate doing it, but I do, because I think I mentioned this before. One of our major grocery chains is an absolute monopoly that has been gouging the grander Canadian public for the past, I don't know, basically since COVID. Like, since COVID, they've raised all of their prices, and their prices have not even remotely gone back to normal. Somehow, Walmart's prices are slightly normal, just slightly. So I'll go buy most of my stuff there. And outside of that, if I need specialty stuff, steak, chicken, beef, I get it at a more localized.
You go to a butcher, right?
I don't go to. So right now, you're right. I do. So I've got a bunch of meat direct from a butcher. I changed things up, but I was going to a smaller, more local more local grocer who has its own butcher, and they bring their stuff in. At that situation was a little bit more costly, but under the same pretenses, I know that it's legit, real stuff, local fare. So that's probably the most expensive stuff that I would buy, but at the same time, I kind of believe in it. That's mostly where it is. But yeah.
Well, like Crimson is saying here, he's been scaling back for some time in preparation, for all this madness. Then also local grocery store at 7 to 8 o'clock a.m. on a Saturday, as they're marking stuff down, is when he does his shopping.
Smart.
You gotta get in there and start talking to people. That's a good point, Crimson. And his local grocery store, he's figured out, whether by way of just figuring out on his own or talking to somebody, but he figured out that this is when they do certain things, man. And so that's important too. Talk to people and they'll tell you if you ask. People don't treat them like they're furniture. They're people that work there and they know things.
Yeah, and be nice. And like he's saying, you can get shelf stable milk at the dollar store, and that means not the refrigerated stuff, not the powdered stuff, but like the boxed milk, that sits on the shelf, and it'll last. You don't have to worry about having power or ice or refrigeration. It'll stay on your shelf for when you need it. Then you put it in whatever you're putting it in. It's probably cheaper than whole milk or even the nut milks. So whatever you can save, you can save. And then there's Toronto, was the co-host of the World Cup, would have made good content. I didn't even attempt to view the fan stuff, really just did watch the games with 30 people from the back of an open cargo van, lawn chairs and Bluetooth speakers and beers, living in your means. How many hundreds of dollars that they saved by not going to the match?
Yeah, that's the kind of shit I'm talking about, man. But that's exactly it, Deuce. I mean, just being smart. You know what you can do and what you can't do, what's smart, what ain't smart. I'm gonna tell you, this is a sad story, but it's endemic. Somebody in this chat, whether they admit it or not, or somebody listening to this show, probably gonna say something back to me. But I'm gonna tell you, it was the saddest thing. Here I am in Missouri doing this job, and we go take a lunch break. We go out and grab something to eat real quick, go back, eat it. And I had a cigar. And so I fired up the cigar, and we happened to get pretty cool with the maintenance guy, the head maintenance guy at this place. So he sees smoke, he gonna come out there and fire up his cigarette, and he gonna smoke with you. And you start talking. Next thing you know, some guy pulls up in a nice ass GMC pickup, brand fucking new, beautiful, solid gray with black rims on them, black mag rims. It's beautiful. And he's coming up, and this guy ain't in a good place. He's talking to the maintenance guy. I'm just standing there, and he's talking about he gets laid off, right? He used to work there for a long time. He gets laid off. But previous to that, he just bought his girlfriend this truck, or his wife, or whoever she is, just bought her this truck, and he's in a dilemma. He's in a crossroads because, he's provided this vehicle for this girl. She's wanted it forever, and it's her pride and joy. He rode up there in it, and he's crossed up because he knows deep down he has to give it up. But he's in a moral dilemma with his homie, the head maintenance, that couldn't do shit about it. That was an administrative move to lay them off, but he's up there talking to his boy, and I'm sitting there listening to it. And finally he turns and he didn't ask me anything. I was just like, I think you know what to do. That's all I said. And so everybody, there's somebody right now listening to this show with a new vehicle, making a huge ass car payment on it, and don't necessarily have the means to take care of it. I'm gonna tell you something. If you hear me well. Let go of that motherfucker, and don't let your pride whoop your ass here.
Yeah, pride been whipped. Been in this exact situation. The real upside is that I found other employment and made things work. Right? That's probably the best way that I could put it. But after coming back from Amsterdam, I fully planned never to buy another car again. A, my kids are getting older. I don't got to cart them around. B, I watched everybody in Amsterdam get it done on a bicycle, which was crazy to me. But you can get it done if you really need to. But worst come to worst, I can always Uber where I need to go. Somebody else can invest in the vehicle. I'll just pay them for the ride when I need to really get up and go. And it's absolutely fine. Instead, I buy a Land Rover. So somehow the wife tricks me into buying. I'm totally blaming you, baby, if you're listening. This was your fault.
Damn, taking his cookies, taking his
cookies, Land Rover,
Land Rover. Damn.
See, I lose, and lose.
You are such a giver, Kedz.
I am. In the end, very expensive. I pay the monthly car note. She definitely pays it with me, and we figured a way to sort of get by. But yeah,
it's tough, man. When you're like in this guy's situation,
when you just lose your job, right? Like when you just lose your job, because again,
that wasn't in the fucking forecast, man.
This is what I'm saying. The only reason why I purchased my vehicle, and I was fine with it, the only reason that I purchased it really, or I would have just not, was because I was making an obscene amount of money. Like I was making a lot of cash working for the company that I was working for. I'd stacked a bunch of bread. I'd made a bunch of investments, and I was like, okay, like I should be I'm doing well. I should be doing well for the foreseeable future. All right, I guess I have this little chunk of change I can throw at this vehicle without any concerns, and away we go. And then it becomes a concern, right? Like once you're out, oh snap, I'm not making this, this type of money anymore. Don't really have this type of money to spend on this vehicle. I do have money to spend on a vehicle, but much less than this, right? So just a tough go. What I will say to your buddy, he'll make it through, man. He'll get by. He'll figure it out.
You know what was sad about it? Listening to the whole conversation, I'm there for like 15, 20 minutes, just being a fly on the wall. I'm just standing there. They walked up. Well, the homie walked up to me and was talking to me, and an old boy rolled up. And man, it was so sad to watch him because he had promised that girl that for a long time. And you know what's interesting about it all is that's the most recession-proof profession you can have is being in healthcare, because especially in certain parts of healthcare, direct care workers ain't getting laid off for nothing. When people at the top start pencil whooping everything and budgets and stuff, the maintenance department is the first one to suffer.
Really?
All the time, bro. All the time. Like, I've been around 2 or 3 audits. Whenever those audits take place, it's always going to be the maintenance staff that gets, because they see that as the fattest part of the budget. We don't need this many maintenance people. Cut that. But we need all these people that wake up every day and come take care of these residents. You have to have that. You can't have too many of them, as a matter of fact. So you can't be laying them off. So absolutely, it's going to be the maintenance people. Absolutely. They don't care for anything. They just care for the place. And so that was an easy call. He didn't see it coming, but he saw some other layoffs happening, and he still went and bought the truck, which was a mistake on his part. But he promised that girl that, and he had promised that, I guess, for a few years. And he finally executed and went and got her that. It had nice little pink trim on the inside of it, on the seats. It was beautiful.
Hooked it up.
And he was just like, he drove that thing up there, and I swear he was thinking about driving that right to the lot and dropping it off. But I don't know, man. His boy wasn't all that much help. He wasn't all that much help. But when he looked at me, I was just like, dog, I think you know what to do. Cut your loss, man.
Better go get her a little Kia or something. Yeah.
Now, that's the hardest thing for most people when it comes to these kinds of situations is whooping your pride or allowing your pride to whoop you. I don't need a status symbol. I don't need anything to prove to anybody anything about me. I know who I am. I don't need things to define me. And that's what it got to come down to.
Yeah, but when you are out in public and every other car is like, got the windows down, got the radio real loud, it's like, look at me, look at me, look at me.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, you know who else looking at you? The stick-up man.
Yeah, it's also something else, right? So in situations like that, it's not really, it may not be easy to get out of that vehicle situation, right?
No, but
just can't take it back.
What's easy is just saying no, I can't afford this, letting it go, and dealing with whatever the ramification is. That's going to be less than the ramification you're dealing with if you don't.
That is a fair statement, right? That's fair. But once he signed that paper and he brought that whip home, it ain't easy, right? So if he's on a regular finance and he brings that car back to the lot,
well, so he drove it off the lot.
You, Jesus.
Most people are thinking about the ding to their credit rating.
This is what it's not just a ding to your credit rating. It's also that like what they would likely do is this, right? They would likely say, cool, like, thank you for bringing the vehicle back. We're going to buy this from you at bargain basement rate. We're going to take, we'll buy this off we'll take this off your hands for, it's a $50,000 truck. We'll take this off your hands for 30, which is generous in their opinion. And, we can still resell it for 50 and make 20K.
No, they'll resell it for 45.
You're gonna be left holding the bag with a $20,000 delta, and you're still gonna basically have to You're still gonna have to pay off that $20,000 at the price point that you've already negotiated, because that was the negotiated price point. If you want to refinance that, we can do that, and that's where your credit gets hit. Right, so it's a it ain't like what we're talking about ain't simple situations here. It's a really it's
they got you coming and going.
They got you both ways. It's a problem, and it's definitely one of those things that if you're in that guy's shoes, you should be stressing about it. And I've had this exact level of stress. I thought, hey, like, lost a job, can I bring this back? No, I bought this 6 months ago. Snap, what do? Well,
bidding for it.
I'm just gonna pay for it. I'll figure a way to get it done.
Or you can call that cousin that crashed my cookout, and something can happen to them.
Be like, my insurance is fully paid off.
Okay.
Don't take my advice.
See, I know your advice is great, because that cousin is exactly who you need in that situation. You can't bring them anywhere except in
remember
this
you came
situation.
over talking to my coworkers about the wings and shit.
They fucking fired.
He'll fuck around and say something.
It's your fault.
He'll fuck around and be done said something. He in jail. Now you get ready to try to tell on you.
It was your fault. You got me fired, and now, right now, you got to help me get rid of this whip.
Man,
right?
They do that shit all the time in the city, bro.
Yeah, but like Crimson is saying, 50 grand, 50K for a whip is wild. Even if I had loot like that, I can think of so much I'd rather spend it on. And it's like, shit, 50K, that's, for a damn near a economy car nowadays.
Bro, I was just
paying for them souped up Chargers and Hellcat.
Y'all ever watch reruns of Judge Judy? I've been watching Judge Judy reruns recently with the wife. I don't know why I haven't, but like they'll come to Judge Judy and be like, "Yo, this punk ass stole my car, and like I bought it for $3,500." Put another $1,000 in it. It's beautiful. It's running. My Honda is a beautiful thing. And like $4,000 Honda doesn't even exist. Like I don't know if it exists where y'all are at.
Not anymore.
If it exists, we're talking like it's 1997 Honda. You know what I mean? It's falling apart. You got to put it back together yourself if you're trying to get it for that kind of rate. the right after, like as soon as COVID hit, because what happened was nobody was buying cars, right? The auto market basically froze for a solid year. Those guys were hurting. After COVID sort of came and went, they turned around and they jacked the prices on everything. Used cars went up, new cars up. It was like just looking at the market, it was crazy, bro. Because I was trying to sell my Infinity at the time, and I got it appraised, and somebody was like, "Yeah, we'll give you $2,500 for it." I was like, "This car's in immaculate condition. $2,500 is nothing. No, I'd rather keep it." And then I go and look at the exact same car a year later, and people are selling this car for $15,000. I'm like, this is quite the delta. You know what I mean? This is a massive difference in dollars and cents.
Hey, also, let me point out something to you to also be careful. Everybody out here listening to us, be careful on used car lots. And you always had to be careful for a whole bunch of different reasons, but this is more of a reason to do it. Parts were shipped pretty regularly, freely, and there's a lot of commerce in used car parts all over the globe, but specifically from different parts of the globe, they ship the most parts. Since this whole war thing broke out, those shipments are not coming for labor reasons and all kinds of other different reasons, gas prices, it's just all tied into this. Be careful, because now people are taking those used cars on used car lots and putting them back together from the junkyard. Local junkyards from afar, they're going and traveling and getting pieces, and it's junk. And they're putting it together. You might go get you a freaking 2007 Kia, but it's going to have 92 Kia parts on it. That's what you think you're getting on the surface because you see a 2007 Kia. That's one of the tricks in the game too, because those parts ain't moving as freely in commerce no more right now. So careful on a car lot. You better off finding a seller that needs cash because he's in a tight spot or she's in a tight spot, and they need cash and they can tell you exactly what's going on with the car. Grab it, go take it to your trusted mechanic and see if there's anything wrong with it that you may or may not want to put yourself up under, but that's your best route as opposed to a used car lot right now. I'm just telling you right now, especially some of these old scabby looking ones. But even the bigger ones are cutting corners, so be careful out there.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm going to flip it, and it's along the lines of what Crimson is saying here. Like, or you be the guy who goes and does that, right? So
yeah, if you got those skills.
Yeah, if you have those skills, or you can, or you grow the skills and you learn. So my son is actually doing all this right now, which is crazy to me. I would never do any of these.
What, mechanic stuff?
Sorta. So he's an idiot, and he's an
idiot for being a mechanic, man.
I'm just relax, Jesus. You're so anyhow. So what he's done is he's decided to come and he decided to buy this an 06 Civic. And it's his uncle's car. It's beat up. It's a piece of garbage. But he's decided to go and just hit the what they call the U-pull and grab different. Just tell her to give me the keys. I'll bring back Portillo's.
No, but it's his first. If you can always find a big girl with a Nissan Altima, just tell her to give me the keys. I'll bring back Portillo's. But shit, nowadays, Portillo's is more than a tank of gas.
Like, what's funny about this comment, Scrolls, is
he ain't lying. That's what's funny about it.
He's not only lying; he's actually accurately describing my sister, my youngest sister. Is exactly that. She has a Nissan Altima. I took her to go buy it. I can approve this message, Scrolls. That's
cold,
hilarious.
bro. Don't never say that shit out loud no more.
Hey, she owns a Nissan Altima though. I'm just saying. And I guarantee you she would not turn down a Portillo's either. Anyways, back to my son. So he's basically building his own fixing his own building it. We have a friend who's a mechanic. He lets him do all the work at his shop. No charge to do it. Just bring the car there, hoist it up, go do all your work. He's got all the tools. So he's got to go to the spot, rip stuff off of older Hondas, and he's been basically rebuilding his car from scratch on his own. He's got some guidance from some mechanics. They'll look at it, tell him what he needs to do, and he's doing it. So you can go and do it yourself. And I'm obviously just teasing about the idiot thing. He's actually much smarter than me.
You can save a lot of money if you can do your own vehicle maintenance.
He saved tons, and this is what I was saying. I was like, you're going to spend about $3,500 just fixing up this 06 piece of trash, and somehow he's gone around and maybe spent $600. You know what I mean? To get the parts that he needs, all the labor's on him. There's no charge on the labor. Plus, he's got some guidance to get it done. It's actually working out very well and surprisingly cash positive. So, long story short, I'm just saying you could go do that shit too if you had the gumption and the know-how. I don't.
But the thing is, a lot of the modern vehicles are lockouts. You can't work on them yourself.
You can't do that. You're right.
So you have to go with the older, models to be able, to do your own maintenance or, whatever you want to do. Because I was talking to a buddy of mine and he was talking about a YouTube video that he saw about some guy rebuilding Bugattis. But Bugatti had a clause in their thing that, only their approved technicians can work on it. You weren't allowed to work on your own stuff. But he went through it and realized that most of the Bugatti parts were like Audi parts or Saab parts. It wasn't actually Bugatti stuff. It was just other manufacturers' parts in there. So he was able to, source these other parts and put them in there. And like Crimson Rolls Royce does that, not all Rolls Royce parts, it's other car parts. So the universal, fitting of some parts is there, but with the computers, most mechanics don't have the machines to get around those, so that's a dealer thing now. And so when you purchase these cars, the maintenance you can't do because they won't let you.
Yeah. Some of these vehicles ain't really worth it. You can get cheap Kias, and Kias is very affordable, man. But trust me, a lot of them things are some BS, bro. I'm just telling you right now. Don't buy certain stuff, man. Get something. You got to know where you live, and you got to know, especially if you don't have the skills. Crimson is right, man. There's nothing wrong with a pick and pull, going to a junkyard if you can fix some shit. But if you ain't got the skill set, don't try that shit. You know what I mean? Because that can start running you some money, because the person that's picking and pulling for you can start, putting the screws to your ass for the most part.
Well, no, you go pick. You need to. This is the thing. You need to be
watching some videos.
You need to go pick and pull yourself. That's the thing, or else you will get got. Because usually,
but the thing about the mechanic issue is people just don't know how to do it.
Yeah.
It's not hard. I mean, it's, you take this part out, you put that part in. The difficult part comes in accessing all that shit. It's like, well, that part is behind the motor mount, so you got to take that out. You got to take that out. And then, some of these engineers with their little, Asian hands, it's like, how the fuck do you get your hand in there to get this screw out or just tighten this shit up? And then that's when I go with my, fat little porky fingers, like, yeah, I need a mechanic. But it's easy if you have an accessible, the engine and all that stuff, or if it's older, it's like change a carburetor right there on top. There's this new stuff, especially the EVs. Ain't nobody working on their own EV, are they?
Well, no, you can't, because you don't like, even the mechanics of your local mechanic may not know what the fuck he's doing at all, right? These are more cell phone / PC than just standard vehicle. So there's a whole other side to that from a technical perspective that they would have to understand, and in many cases they don't, because it's not the world that they're used to. They're used to tried, true, and traditional mechanics, engines, right? That ain't really what you're using in an EV. So, like I was saying, when you're at that U-pull, that pick and pull, or whatever you want to call it, if you're not the guy pulling, he's going to upcharge you. Just saying.
Well, but that's where the consumer woes, in this trading down. We're looking at trips here, but the conversation has gone to vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to trade down nowadays and get something new. I mean, sure, you can get a lesser, model, or not the, the executive version, but like the middle management version. But the maintenance is still there. The all of the fees and the hidden shit that the dealership charges, like the undercoating or whatever, all of that is there. So even if you're like, all right, I can't afford 50 grand for a truck, what do you got for 30? They're gonna look at you and laugh, and point at some overpriced used shit that's still not workable for the owner.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Just to keep wheeling back around to U.S. consumer woes, when it starts talking about this last part down here and prioritizing necessities like groceries over retail shopping, that's another thing I saw when I was in Missouri. And because like you can find out what's going on with the world, especially I just say the United States, as far as this economy goes, by just walking into a Walmart, walking into a Sam's Club, walking into a Costco. You can find out if we're struggling just by the sheer amount of people that's there, number one, and what they're purchasing or not purchasing, literally. And I can tell by just the amount of people that was in that store. Every time I went, I probably went 4 times the whole time I was there, because somebody ran out of socks, somebody needs a t-shirt, or we in there getting something to eat, or whatever it was, but we was always in that MF. And every time it was the same. Sparse people, sparse shelves, and people was very particular about what they bought. Wasn't really buying no extra. Wasn't nobody having a good time up in there.
Where did you go?
Walmart in Missouri.
Ozarks.
Okay, in the Walmart. Okay, that's interesting.
And not only that, I've seen different videos of people going to Costco, Sam's, and on peak days, and it's less than half of what they're used to seeing when they go in there. I'm talking about the amount of people shopping. So that last part, I think, is real, because I keep seeing evidence of it. People are prioritizing, hey, we got to get groceries. We got to make sure we got groceries until I get paid again. It's either that or you go get your new TV. Which one you want to do? Your mother needs some. She's short on money for her medicine. She didn't have enough this month. What you want me to do? Prioritizing what's real. That's what's happening, man. That's real Holyfield out here, bro.
I'm preaching to the choir right now.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This next part gets a little more regional, I guess. But depending on where you are, anybody want to read this? Go ahead.
You got a trip?
Yeah, sure. All right, let me get my spectacles. All right, grocery store woes. Woe is me. Grocery stores may have empty meat sections due to a lower supply of cattle, high inflation, and delivery delays, not to mention the screwworms. The number of cattle in the U.S. has dropped to a very low level, which reduces the amount of beef available. Stores are managing the amount ordered due to inflated beef prices. The price of fuel, labor, shortages, truckers, store laborers are causing additional pain.
Yo,
Anywhere you want to, kid, you can dig in.
you don't want me to talk about this, bro, because there's one man that this makes me think of. One man.
We're just talking about beef prices mostly in this, and
Mhm.
truckers and laborers. We're talking about it. All ties back into everything we talk about on Doomsday Survival. You know, you got it gets into a little politics, which we won't dig into too hard. You got store laborers.
Oh, not him.
Store laborers, you know, they do the hard work, and we deporting a lot of them. So we got that part that's going on that causes some disruption there. But go ahead, kids.
There's a certain guy out there who just got approval to make artificial meats. Y'all know who I'm talking about?
3D printing shit.
Do you know who the guy I'm talking about is?
I heard some stuff, but I don't know exactly who you're talking about.
All right. He stole an operating system from some jabronis in a garage and eventually made billions of dollars by selling it en masse to the American public. And now he owns my favorite video game company among many parts of the internet, and his name is Bill fucking Gates. He's Dr. Evil. And this just smells like how do you sell fake meat? Like this is what this smells like, right? This is me sort of looking at this situation and going, okay, so what is
well, kids, let me stop you before you go too far, because we're not quite at the fill in the blanks part yet, as far as the amount of the quantity that's there. But we're heading down that road where you might have that conversation.
Well, yeah, but the road that Kedz is talking about that we see here with grocery store woes, it's not like they're like, oh, okay, we got to fix this cattle situation. Let's get, some more calves and stuff. It's like, nah, let's lean into the artificial. Let's lean into the stuff that we make in the labs, because we got millions upon millions of people to feed, and the beef is not as available and it's more expensive. Here, eat this stuff.
My boy's out there talking about how cows are leading this motherfucker. He'll fly a jet, his own jet wherever he wants to go on the planet and do all sorts of madness. But he will also tell us that cows are the leading polluters on the planet Earth. So this is also beneficial to get rid of them and not utilize them anymore in this capacity while I'm purchasing farmland outright all over the United States of America. So like, just to put that part out there as well. So like, I wonder why there isn't any cows.
I could tell you why.
Oh, why?
Fertilizer woes. Fertilizer woes are all connected to why they're not raising as much cattle.
So I'm going to ask a crazy question. This is just crazy now, right? So I'm a super billion, maybe I'm one of the elite human beings on the planet Earth with respect to my financial portfolio. Can I not afford to buy this? Like, could I not afford to purchase an obscene amount of fertilizer?
Well, if it's not available from over there, if it's not available, no, you can't buy it. If it's available, sure, you can buy whatever's there and purchase out the entire inventory, because you can make a deal.
Cool. So if I was gonna go and buy all levels of farmland, tons and tons of farmland, tons of it, wouldn't those farms require fertilizer?
Well, if you're farming them.
Well, I'm not physically going to be the guy.
Well, no, but if in this scenario, if he's buying up tons and tons of farmland, he doesn't have to farm it. He could just buy the land.
Yeah, sure. He's not a real estate investor. He's not investing in it for the real estate. He's investing in it for the ability to basically cripple the American public's ability to eat.
Well,
Right.
when you say,
if he buys the
Just
land, you
cut-
can't grow the
just
cows.
cut to
so
the
you gotta buy
fucking
his fake
chase.
meat. Right.
when you
Just
say
cut
farm
the
the land, what are you exactly what are you describing?
Sorry, say what?
When you say farm the land, exactly what are you describing?
I'm not describing anything. I'm saying that Bill Gates is not going to go and he's not going to go to a farm with a hoe and start working the field.
I don't
he's
think
not raising
get
no
caught
cows.
up with it.
I think he's buying these distressed properties, and he's not, replanting anything, or he's not growing anything. He's just owning it. And so
I'm saying
now,
that-
even if you wanted to, like, if I wanted to say, hey, I want to buy that land and I want to grow some shit, I can't now because he owns it.
I'm saying that he's the philanthropist Bill Gates. I say with as tongue in cheek as humanly possible. If he has purchased all this farmland and has some level of purview over top of it and has access to unlimited funds, fertilizer would not be none of these shits would be a problem.
But you're talking about listen, man. What you're getting mixed up is at the end of the day, Bill Gates specifically is a citizen. He's not part of the United States government. The United States government and everything that comes with it has a particular problem, because when you have outside people that do this stuff and get farm subsidies to do it, there's a certain amount of that goes out. Whoever it goes out to is up for discussion because it's a problem in that department, in my opinion. But these people provide a service to the government, give us a kind of a backlog of supplies, whether it be corn, soybeans, anything. We get to stack a whole lot of food. That's one thing. But you're talking about buying directly things that go from rancher to the middleman to the store to your freezer. That whole supply chain is getting disrupted by way of, because we don't have enough fertilizer, because there's not enough oil, and it's costing too much to do some of this stuff. We have a direct problem in the grocery store by way of the amount of items that we can have to choose from, and whether or not those prices are inflated. That's the direct problem we have right now. That's what we're talking about.
No,
We're talking about this trillionaire that has all kind of money and can buy anything he wants to. Anybody can get some things on the black market, but you're not going to get enough to supply the United States with all the fertilizer we need. You ain't gonna.
Oh, and I'm not really saying that he would supply the entire United States with all of the fertilizer that they require, but he could definitely help subsidize it to some degree. He has that kind of money. He's not broke.
He's not the only one.
He's probably the only one who owns the level of acreage of farmland that you know what I mean? Like he has that level of acreage.
Do you know how many people that own so much shit through shell companies and you have no idea that they own it?
Well,
the only reason I know that is because when I saw a housing crisis in Atlanta, and my house I should have let my house go so it can be foreclosed on, but I fought too long. I told y'all that story. But as I talked to people around my cul-de-sac and people that lived in my neighborhood, they was finding out that they thought that this company here in Alpharetta or Buckhead owned this company, or some company in San Diego owned their house and subsidized their mortgage. Found out that it's people in China that didn't even realize they owned it. That's how far shell companies can go. You get what I'm trying to say, Kedz?
No, I'm not sure how the shell company case scenario applies to this, but on the flip side, the Chinese real estate investment is rampant, right? Like he's done. The 2008 real estate crash really affected China in a major way. That's if whether it was in shell companies or direct mortgage purchases.
You can be a part of an investment group. I'm going to give you an example. You can invest your money in an investment group, a group of guys that invest in all these different things to keep you making money. People do this shit all the time. They find groups of companies that make companies and take your money and invest them in all these different places. And you got ownership by way, if you knew or you didn't know, of this, that, and the third. It could be anywhere. But you don't know, because that's what investment groups do. They invest in those little shell companies that don't nobody know about. Where they think this horse is going to be a runner that's going to go take it a whole distance and make you a whole bunch of money, or not. But they think these companies are going to go somewhere. Part of those little investment groups invest in those little shell companies. Everybody with a lot of money does this. Everybody with medium money or even short money, they do this. So Bill Gates, Elon Musk, or any of these dudes with a whole bunch of money could be owning all kinds of shit, and they may not personally even know it until they know it.
You know, XYZ LLC, you know, bought up the property, and XYZ LLC is owned by this, you know, parent shell company, which is owned by that parent shell company, which is owned by that parent shell company, which is all funded by one of these, you know, fucktard rich guys.
Yeah, which is owned by BlackRock. Like I'm like, I hear what you're trying to say. It doesn't really remove the obvious for me. Yes, shell companies exist. People fuck around with them all the time. But my question is, what I'm doing right now is I'm identifying the coincidence here that we're discussing with the coincidence that guy's pushing fake meat on us. That's all.
Do I think it's happening in places just to entertain kids? This conversation, we wasn't supposed to go here, but we here. Do I think it's happening? I do think in certain places they're probably giving some bullshit to the stores, but I don't think at a large scale it's happening whatsoever. I think it's happening at a very small scale, and that's how they itty bitty just tick and tack their way into the marketplace.
Oh no, it's not en masse readily available in market yet. They had to go through political approval to be able to basically do what everybody's afraid of, and that is, let's just slide it into the market and we just won't say anything to anybody.
It ain't gonna work.
Oh, they just got approval to do it.
People,
they don't have. They just got
approval to do that. Shit is not gonna work on a mass scale.
Okay. Right? I hope it
doesn't.
If
it's in the store and they got, you know, ground beef for $2.50, whereas, you know, actual cow ground beef is like $8.50. There's a lot of people that's gonna be buying that artificial shit. Because they can't afford the, you know, actual cow beef.
They don't really know what's in that shit.
And, not shit. We don't even know what's in the beef. Why you bullshit?
I think, yeah, we can have a conversation about that later on. I think people will go to wild game before they start doing too much of that. But yeah, man, this is real. It's all connected to everything that's happening from a political standpoint. You know, ICE chasing people all over the country, messing up the labor force, shorting that area. Truckers are becoming shorted because the gas is too much and companies don't want to foot the bill. All that stuff is connected to it. Smitty, he checked in with us on replay. He let me know that he watched the replay last show, but he's probably out on the road or, hey man, I don't care who you know that's trucking. Somebody's got a story for you. If you know people that's trucking, let us know what's going on. Ask your people, your family, or your friends, whoever. Ask them if they got stories to tell. They got stories to tell. You think you can bring them on the show and they want to tell it? I want to hear from them people.
Oh, y'all don't want Chucky on the show. Well, with stories in what respect, though?
I want to hear what they're going through.
Struggles, trials, tribulations.
I need you to get a little deeper than that. Are we talking about mainly just putting gas in the vehicle?
Well, you got that's a big part of what's happening. But tell the stories they're hearing about other people and You know, you're hearing about this company. And when I went down out here for this run, this is happening because this is different. They got all kinds of stories to tell you if you're willing
What's
to
the
listen.
scuttlebutt at the truck stops?
All right.
Hold on for a second, y'all.
Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
because, you know, being out amongst the people who are, you know, filling up with diesel or whatever every damn day, you know, you're gonna hear it's like, man, you know, this company, you know, got shut down, or this trip is cutting my hours, or no, you hear the results of, you know, the cuts, the budgetary cuts, you know, that the Doge made, because part of the beef prices are the screwworm thing, of which, you know, that was cut from the budget. You know, there was people that looked for that stuff and stopped it with the sterile flies or whatever, you know, but they cut that shit. You know, the explosive diarrhea that's still going on that they tried to blame Taco Bell for, but the supplier, Tyson Farms, you know, made a big contribution, and now it's still on the shelves. But that whole thing got past inspections because they cut the inspectors. You know, they cut that department. So there's a lot of foul play that happened, you know, at high levels, that now we see the causes of this stuff, you know, happening. And this is just, you know, two things, you know, the explosive diarrhea and the damn beef. You know, what else? There's a whole plethora of stuff that they defunded or messed up, or, you know, all that we, the people, have to feel the repercussions of.
And another thing too, man. I don't know if you touched on this because my girlfriend was just talking to me. I missed part of what Trips was saying. But when you start talking about why would the truckers be shut down or slowed down or not delivering at the rate they used to? Guess what? People got to load them trucks. You think the truckers getting out and loading it? Hell no. It's not what they get paid to do. You need a labor force to do that. And when you go pull up at a dock and you pull that truck in there, you're expecting that truck to be filled from beginning to end. And if it ain't, that ain't your fault. You just asked to deliver the product to wherever it's going. And for whatever reason, you might not get paid the way you might have got paid before because that truck is only going to weigh so much.
And then, you know, with the lack of labor, that means that the trucks have to wait longer to, you know, get their loads and roll out. You know, that's throwing off their schedule.
Iffy labor force, delays in trucking. And my girlfriend was just telling me, she went to a dollar store, and, you know, the frozen goods section in a dollar store, pretty full every time you go to a dollar store, because people have options to go other places and get other things like that. They don't need to shop at the dollar store. But guess what? It's empty around you. They're getting that shit. That's plan B for the person that used to get all this shit at Walmart, Kroger, Jewel. Now they can't afford that so much. Now they got to go to the dollar store.
Well,
real talk.
The supply chain folks are smart. Unfortunately, there's not much they can do about the labor situation. The labor situation is kind of like this, like, you know, your folks aren't really paying the laborers enough for them really to be laborers, and that's where the issue is there. So, do you want to work as a laborer, or do you want to go do something else for money? A lot of the times, folks are doing other things. But as far as the smartness, you know, of the supply chain people, they'll redirect or shut down a truck as opposed to not filling a truck, right? They will fill the truck with other stuff and rejig a route, as opposed to, again, sending multiple trucks, because multiple trucks cost more gas, right? So they're actually pretty intelligent when it comes to that stuff. And if they're not intelligent, I can tell you how. Ask me how later. I will sell it to you, and I will make more money. Big month for me in August. This is quite literally much of what I do for a living, and that's why I was asking, like, what part of this, you know, is of interest. I'm interested in more the story side of it and how this has impacted other organizations, other companies, and what that looks like. But again, these guys behind the scenes, they actually really know what they're doing. It's in their best interest to use as little gas as humanly possible, because it costs a lot of money to use the gas. You know what I mean? So that's they're doing what they can in their power to reduce idling, to reduce that, burning gas and just using gas to get to wherever they have to get to. And if that means this truck stays at the lot today, we only run, we run 6 trucks instead of 8 because we don't have those extra loads. It's actually probably positive because we spend less money on gas.
You gotta look at there's levels of the consumer. There's levels of the person that's providing the things to be consumed. Levels for both parts. Yep. And from the levels that we live at, when it comes to the consumer, when your wife sent you to go get a pot roast for dinner on Sunday, and it costs you a big old $14 to $18 for a nice sized pot roast that fed the whole family. Now you're looking at that bad boy and it's costing you like $75.
Yeah, I was going to say those are U.S. prices right there. You got to add that 30%, not Canadian tax, but Canadian exchange. So no, so if it depends where you're right. It depends on what level you're at. What I was just explaining again is the actual supply chain level. So that's trucking company. When you boil down to the consumer, which is at the end of the supply chain, all of that cost is passed on to us. If it costs more to fill the tank, if it costs more to to run the vehicle, period, that means that they're charging the producer more, and the producer is now charging,
the consumer more.
It's just the supply chain. That's the chain.
But there's one additional cost that you forgot is now with that 2 less shipments, 6 shipments instead of 8. Now you got 2 shipments of stuff that ain't in the store. So what's there is going to be higher because of scarcity.
Yep.
So here's the problem where I think it gets twisted at, as far as where like a grocery store chain or something like that. They're in it to make money like any other businesses in it to make money. They made money hands over feet in this economy for a long time. And they continue to do so because they will hike them prices up as far as they need to satisfy the corporate investors.
Yeah, the corporate bottom line, for sure.
The corporate investors that keep driving this shit. The people that invest in the company that are sitting there silently, that the company owners have to answer to. These people that invested in this company, all they want to hear is when they get into a Zoom meeting is that we made a profit. And they don't care what it costs you.
Well, more of a profit than we did last year.
Yep. If you don't, then no, something is messed up. They can't get enough money. They can't get enough money at all. There's no such thing as, hold on, we need to back down off what we expect. There's no such thing as that. They just keep taking it to the consumer over again.
I can't make an excuse, but I'm just going to say they also are fully justified for doing it, right? We can place blame at that level if you want, but they didn't raise the gas prices, which in turn raised the prices, which in turn raised the prices, which in turn raised the prices.
Yeah, but they did add their profit onto all top of that shit.
But they were doing that before. They've always been adding their profit.
Does that make it right?
Well, they're not there just to have a building, right? They've always been there in the same capacity. 20 years ago, they were making a profit on the goods that was in their building. They've always been doing that. The only difference today is that inflation plus gas prices has caused those numbers to be astronomical. Like that's the real
almost
difference.
like it's
You
almost
can't
like
blame them for it.
it's almost like you saying they're excused.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not saying that they're excused. I'm saying that there's a grander problem.
You can't blame them for it, but they're not helping.
No, they're not.
Exactly. That's the point I'm trying to make.
You know, they're not helping. They could,
You know, and so instead of saying,
make
well,
less of a profit in that case,
Right.
you're right.
We're going to maximize our profits, and that's part of the problem. It's not just gas stations, grocery stores. It's every corporation, because you're in business to make money. And so last year we made 20 million in profit. You know, if we make 20 million in profit this year, you know, that's not good.
No,
because we're not progressing. So we have to charge more to our consumers. Oh, the price of everything is higher. Okay, well, we're going to mark that up, and then we're going to add our profit on top of that as well.
you got it.
So, you know, you're still making a profit, but you got to make more of a profit. I'm not saying don't make a profit, but do you have to make $100 when you can make 50?
Yep. That's the point. That's the point. You
Mhm.
keep raising the bar because you keep being more and more greedy. You see the benefits, and I want more. When is enough?
Yeah, like there's so many different ways, like so many different areas that you can have this conversation at, and for me, it has to be, you know, before you get to this grocery store. It has to be at the gas pump. It has to be at the inflation. Like those are the areas where those are the areas where the government is actually involved and could play some level of you know, could apply some level of support.
But they won't.
And this is what I'm saying. So now we're down to the level of having the conversation about the average store guy who's trying to make some money, whether that's at a corporate level or at a small grocery level. It sucks that he has to pay, you know, charge this much to the average consumer, but he still has to make his bottom line.
Here's where it gets effed up at, kids. All that being said, I don't think anybody said an untruth here. I think there's levels to where you should point the finger at and why. There's reasons why you should point fingers in certain places.
For sure.
Now, that being said, if you live in the United States, you got all that we just got through saying. Compound that by taxes ain't going nowhere. Every year you're expected to pay this amount of money, regardless of what the price gouging is, the spikes in this, spikes in that. They ain't giving you no kind of they're gonna relax none of that. And so now that compounds another problem. Now you have more than ever in history since 1917 a housing crisis like you've never seen before in your life. Empty vacant homes in places where they shouldn't be, empty vacant apartment buildings in places that they shouldn't be because they don't want to come down on their prices. And you got a homeless situation that's compounding. People are choosing to live in their vehicles as opposed to having to, you know, you're a person that's making 18, 20 something dollars an hour. You got a kid or two, and you're by yourself trying to do it. You damn you got a 1 or 2 bedroom somewhere, it's costing you like $1,400 a month. How you gonna do that? Pay for insurance, car insurance, gas, groceries. Think about it. Everything is costing more, and you ain't making more money.
This is what I'm saying. That's why I said inflation and gas prices are really, again, areas that the government can technically help the consumer out. Like that's where their impression could be felt. They really can't do anything about that end of the supply chain, but by reducing that inflation or reducing that, you know, the cost of fuel, that in turn would drop the prices at the store. You know, the taxation case scenario, I'm a little bit less aware of how it works for you. What I can tell you is we're double taxed here. We're taxed at the store and we're taxed on our check. as well as at the end of the year. I would call it triple tax, but they technically call it double tax. I don't know why. It's very high. We're one of the highest in Ontario, anyways, where I'm at, one of the highest taxed regions in North America, to my understanding. And then you have to tack on that exchange rate that I was sort of saying. So the average guy in Canada makes generally a fair amount less than the guy doing the exact same thing in the United States of America. Our food at the store is inflated in cost. That $1,400 for that living case scenario you just put down costs about $2,000 here. It's crazy. So I don't mean to make light or make say our situation is better or worse. I'm just giving you guys a little bit of perspective as to what it looks like here as well. It ain't good in either case, right? Like it's not. Inflation in both of our countries across the board. Basically since the Gulf War has been completely out of check, right? 9/11 surplus, everybody was happy. Everybody was happy. Things were great. Boom, Gulf War, inflation. Crash in 08, inflation has still been creeping up. What did we do to fix the inflation? We printed more money, which creates inflation. It's quantitative easing. It is a
endless cycle of
it's
shit.
an endless cycle of
trying to make. I know what you're trying to say, man. What I'm trying to say is simply in the most simplest terms I can put it. Everybody here is being priced out of, starting at the top.
Yep.
Home, they're getting priced out of home, place to stay, a roof over their heads. They're getting priced out of food, something to put in their belly. They're getting priced out of medicines. They're getting priced out of vehicles.
Yep.
They're getting priced out of cost of heat, cost of electricity,
fucking utilities. Priced out of all of it because of all we've been talking about. And that's simply, again, man, sometimes the conversation goes in places that's a little too grown for the simple conversation we're trying to have here. This is simply just not making enough money to meet the demand.
And then the money that the government would, use to help that stuff is being spent on other things, like wars or, gold trinkets or planes, bribes and all that. So it's not going to where it's supposed to be going. So that would also help reduce some of the inflation if there wasn't so much, theft and cronyism and all of that and pilfering.
Trip, that is the most important factor of all of this. And this is really where the tax conversation really comes home to roost, right? If you are taking the money from the people in some capacity, it should be used
for the people,
to help the people. At this point, I watched your big homie Pistol Pete Hegseth there, running his mouth the last couple of days. And I don't want to get extremely political, but he was asked something to the effect of, is America in a better position today than it was, before the war? And he said, absolutely, it is. We are now,
what else is that fucking hack gonna say, man? Let me just.
Oh yeah, but let me end the sentence, right? He said, we are because we don't have to worry about Iran ever having a nuclear arms, right? Like we want to make, they won't have nuclear arms. That's why we're better off. Or like when he said it, I was like, okay, but like you're fighting an imaginary war. They didn't have any, so you're spending. He was asking for more money, so you want more money to continue to ensure that they don't have any, but they don't have any. So
what you trying to describe, Kedz? I gotta, because you're gonna go on and on, man. And I'm telling you,
I'll
with their intention, I'm sorry, bro.
I'll
What
just
their
fucking stop.
intention is
No, it's okay.
Don't stop. But
Well, you stop me.
Okay. I just want to help the conversation. They're trying to break shit and get credit for fixing shit.
The long story short is just simply that money is being spent, and it has been spent over the past 20 years, starting with the Gulf War, on bullshit, and it's never being spent on helping the actual people. The people are screaming. These are situations that clearly fall on the plate of the government, clearly fall into their lap. They should be able to help us, period. Except they give zero fucks and would rather funnel trillions of dollars in this scenario outside of the country.
I don't think any of the previous anything has anything to do with right now, other than they're trying to mimic some of the propaganda that they use to fuel that thing. Other than the propaganda that they use, everything else is different. This administration is trying to break something and get credit for picking up the pieces that they broke.
Okay, if
but they're trying to break it into a whole different thing.
Yeah,
they're not trying to break it and fix it like it was before or better. They have their own vision of what the country and world should be. More of a fascistic, kind of thing, authoritarian, kind of thing, where the people are like, look, you all go to work and go back to work, and then go back to work for the other 6 days of the week. And then you let us worry about the money and all this stuff while we, eat caviar and fly in our gold, toilets, while you all living on the street or whatever, we don't care, which is basically the message we're getting.
So just to explain why I go as far back as the Gulf War, it's got nothing to do with administration versus administration. It has to do with the fact that this has been the greatest planned grift of money from the people, from you and your friends, period, over the last 20 years that there could have possibly been. They've done everything in their power to tax you, to inflate you, and squeeze you, and they're continuing to do that. And that's basically what this grocery store rules is all about.
Like fucking 40 years.
40 years?
Right.
Well,
but this administration is the one that's just outwardly, brazenly just stealing.
Oh, they just don't give a shit. This is you're right. At this point, it's just like, hey, we're here. Hey, kids, like, come grift too, Don and whatever. Like, you guys get in on the deal. Notice, like, his daughter's like, I'm not sure if I want to have anything.
Well, but you know who her husband is.
But I was just gonna say, but the husband's full on in. He's baked right in. So now she's not the face of it. You know what I'm saying?
The playbook being used, kids, and that's where you're going. You're at that playbook stage. It worked then. We're gonna work it now.
No, I'm saying it's not. The playbook has never changed. It's always been this playbook.
It ain't gonna work this time.
Oh, okay.
It's not working, and it's effing everything up because they think that, because you played that hand so many times and it was extremely profitable for people in fat cap positions, we can always play this card. We can always use this hand. And you use that hand, and guess what happened this time? You pushed too far.
Oh, so you think somehow they're going to give a fuck when they're out of office?
It doesn't matter if they do or not. They will get held accountable. Doesn't matter if they care or not. I know they don't care. They wouldn't be there if they cared.
This is the part that
motherfuckers wouldn't be there at all.
No, they're there to get the paper, dog.
They don't care. That's why they're there.
They're there to get the paper and fuck off.
And that was the biggest grift ever. To your point, it's the biggest grift ever because they sold to that base that they were there to clean this shit up,
right,
and get rid of all these people that's
the exact
it up, gumming it up, and they did exactly what they told them they wouldn't do.
No, yeah, for sure.
Multiple points.
That's not the grift. That's just a flat out fucking lie, right? So they
the lie for
they looked folks dead in the face, said they were going to do one thing, and then turned 180 degrees and did the exact opposite. That was just bald-faced lying, and it's what politicians do to get in office. Those of you who went that way probably should have figured that out, and here we are. But not to really get political or dwell on that.
I don't like them being mixed up with normal politicians. That's not normal politicians. These motherfuckers. I
didn't say it was normal. I'm just saying that politicians lie all the time.
This is a crime syndicate with fucking power.
Yeah, I'm just saying politicians lie all the time. They're full of shit.
Right. This is a different level.
This is definitely at a hey, watch
at a level that no one's ever seen.
Yeah, watch me do level. You're watching it live and direct, and it's pretty blatant and pretty obvious. Again, I'm
operating out of a goddamn government seat.
Yeah, you won't hear me justifying any of these things. All I'm saying is that this entire thing for the last 26 years, for the most part, since the U.S. was in surplus, has been out of a playbook. Here's how we screw the people to take their money away from them so that they are destitute and they have to rely on us.
Yeah. And that's something that has been in plan since Crimson's saying here, since the Reagan era, when they started destroying the Department of Education to make, the citizenry stupider. So that they could say, hey, this is communism, this is socialism, this is Marxism. But the average American can't define none of them shit.
And what's that? Huh? Which of these?
If they had it their way, you know what it would be? You get this. You get just enough for you to scrape on by to the next check.
Yeah,
we sell you this.
What is that?
We sell you this
until you die.
And what is that? What is that called? What are you describing?
That could be named a whole lot of different things. You don't want to get out of it. That's called stupidity.
No, well,
I don't know. Indentured servitude. Damn it.
It's called communism.
No, man, no. I ain't gonna let you go there. But we know what, because we got to get to we are at right where we need to be at. It's a great conversation. But we got to spill over.
Like, ironically, that's exactly what they describe as communism, and this is not me saying it. I'm not saying it. This is Crimson watching the show saying it.
Put your weapon back in the holster, because we got to go. We got to make a decision here, man. What we're gonna do here with this last little bit of time here is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do your movie review. I would love to do the trailer here and talk about what you think this is gonna be, kids. If it's kind of set up for you, but if y'all want to go music, we can go music.
No, go ahead with the thing.
All right, let's do that. Give me a second to put it together. Get us right where we need to be. Hold on, my bad. I need to change background. I'm talking out loud and I shouldn't be. Give me a second. All right. Hold up. My girlfriend's in my goddamn face and she fucking with me. Hold on. Let me open this up. Can y'all see that? Somebody can widen that screen and make it a little bigger. That'd be great on that end, because I can't do it.
There you go.
Good to go?
Yep.
Let's do it. By the way, this is Avengers Doomsday trailer, the official one. Check this out. Xavier School. I know that has something to do with the X-Men, right?
It does.
Something's coming. Something we may not be able to deter. Before this day is done, we shall be faced with an unthinkable decision. I've fought with many warriors in my time. They were far stronger than all of us put together, and they died. They died facing enemies and threats that scared me far less than this one. Everything that they sacrifice will be for nothing if we do not stand together. Put aside your petty squabbles. And presume nothing except this. If you return, you will return as brothers and sisters. But mark my words. We're going to need a miracle. Hey, pal. It's not possible.
Hey, bro, that shit was dope. That shit was dope. That's one of the best trailers I've ever seen, but that's just me. Kedz, you probably have to lead this conversation because you probably pregnant with a lot of shit to say here.
Muted.
You muted, bro.
Oh shit. Okay. Where do you start here? I hate trailers is where I start. I'm kind of mad that I even watched this. I probably should have went out the room. Trailers give way too much away, and they gave a lot away there. They gave a lot away. So obviously you saw that Captain America's coming back, which I probably could have speculated on and have since he left in the comics. He leaves and comes back. Imagine that. Where else do you go with this? This movie was originally supposed to be called the Kang Dynasty, and it was supposed to be Kang in this Doctor Doom role. Kang was played by Jonathan Majors, who is from Lovecraft Country, right? Your show there, and got into some shit. And long story short, kind of got kicked out of Hollywood for a little bit. He may have been exonerated, but unfortunately, he's lost his role as Kang. So Downey Jr. has come back and has taken over the role of Doctor Doom, which is crazy. But mainly, this film will be more or less a bridge. And what I mean by that is something is going to happen, which I won't ruin.
I was just about to say that. This has got all kinds of part 2 written all over.
Oh, there's
Part 8.
At potentially 2 parts, right? So I'll tell you what those are. So something's gonna happen in this movie, which requires the fusing of a couple of different realities. The first one being obviously the one that we're used to with the Avengers in it, right? The second one being the one that was just introduced to us maybe a year or so ago with the Fantastic Four. They're in an older reality that's a little bit different, but they're going to be pulled into this existing reality. And the third reality, as you saw, Xavier's school, Xavier, and some of the X-Men there, is the X-Men reality is going to be pulled into this this film. And when I say pulled into this film, this will be a permanent thing for the MCU moving forward. To take a step back, MCU, Marvel hasn't had Disney Marvel hasn't had access to the Fantastic Four or the X-Men for years. Those were Fox properties. Once they purchased those properties back from Fox, they had the ability to start to make those films. For one reason or the next, they haven't touched the X-Men wholesale yet. They did the Fantastic Four movie a little while ago. So this movie again will be big drama, big issue, reason for the Avengers to come back together, reason for them to include and fight alongside the Fantastic Four and the X-Men, mainly to deal with Dr. Doom. Now, Doom should be on some Thanos level shit, y'all. Right? Like he's going to be on some very, very serious, big bad stuff. The movie to follow this will be Secret Wars, likely in about a year's time after that. And without spoiling anything, the Secret Wars movie, like, I'll give you all this. So this is like,
hold on. Let me pull this down so you people can see what you got going on. Maybe we need to how we isolate him.
All right, I got it.
Hold on. There you go.
So there you go. So that's Secret
Last
Wars number. What's that? Classic?
Is that Last Emperor?
No, this is actually just Spider-Man mainly in
Oh, so not Last Emperor Secret Wars.
No. So Spider-Man, this is where Spider-Man originally gets his Venom suit and all that stuff.
Hey, what else you got going on back there? Hold on.
What do you mean?
Put that back up there. What else you got going on?
I didn't take nothing down.
I've got that.
Full screen.
I've got a bunch of Secret Wars here. I've got actually the full series, probably 8 times over. I plan to sell them just before that movie comes out. I knew it would eventually come out. To be honest with you, I've known my whole life that this movie would eventually show up sooner or later. It's something I've been waiting for my entire life. So that's the Secret Wars film to happen just after Doomsday. But Doomsday sets up Secret Wars. Some shit's gonna hit the fan, and it's gonna throw a whole lot of turmoil into the mix, which will cause again, things that I don't want to spoil for folks. But
so, question.
Yeah,
the dude in the picture, that's Dr. Doom.
That is Dr. Doom,
and he's Robert Downey Jr. So what happened to Iron Man?
That's a great question, and I can't wait to see how they spin that. But
this what's not done yet.
Well, in the just to give you just quick background, Iron Man was killed at the end of Avengers Endgame.
So is he is like you were saying it was supposed to be Jonathan Majors? Is the face ever revealed? To know who's behind the Dr. Doom mask, or is it just Robert Downey Jr. getting another check?
He just told you that.
Well, even then, I don't know if they're going to reveal him facially as Robert Downey Jr. I don't know.
I don't think you should have told that.
That's public knowledge, sir.
Is it?
Yeah, he's come out on.
His name is on the poster.
His name is on the poster.
I left that there because I thought that was just a signed copy.
No. He's also come out on Disney. He's come out on stage, and he was announced as taking on the role of Dr. Doom as part of his return to the MCU. This is definitely public knowledge. No spoilers with respect to RDJ coming back. Well, again, it's very public knowledge. It's all over the place.
Yeah, that's how I knew that, and I don't even watch this stuff.
So Iron Man is gone, and I'll give you just a quick, easy explanation as to how this will probably spin out. There's going to be some multiversal stuff going on, as I sort of said, with those realities coming together. He's likely just, a guy from another reality who looks a heck of a lot like Robert Downey, like Tony Stark. That's all. Just coincidentally that he's basically Tony Stark, and this is his role, or maybe it's a Tony Stark-ish guy from another reality.
I have questions, man, but
Sure.
I would rather, because Kedz. Here's the thing, unless Kedz didn't, in case Kedz didn't make this a whole lot more clear than I thought he did, but Kedz knows the story. He knows how this shit plays out in the comics. And that story is probably not going to delineate so far away from the comic that it's going to surprise him too much. Probably going to stay true to it for the most part. But go ahead.
It already has.
In what way?
In the way that I'm not sure how this movie shakes out at all. Okay, so because this movie was supposed to be Kang's film, I knew where they were going. Now that it's RDJ's film, I'm not sure, or Dr. Doom's film, if you will. I'm not entirely sure how they get to the Secret Wars piece. I have a grand and general idea, and I'm pretty sure I'm right. But I also know at every turn, Marvel Disney has done stuff to make sure that the comic book fan enjoys the movie. And generally that's by changing things here and there.
I think it'd be a riot if they didn't.
Me too. I actually prefer it that way because I can't. It'll be boring as fuck for me to go to the movie and be like, oh yeah, I knew all this stuff was gonna go down. You know what I mean? Like, just be honest.
I never knew how fanatical them people were. There was something that came out that went way off script. I can't remember what it was, but it had to be probably over a decade ago. Something came out, and people that Comic-Con people that really dig into this shit like you do was so fucking upset. I've seen that happen, man. If you go off script too far, people want to be surprised, just like I do. Even a Comic-Con fan that wants to stay true to the book. But if you go so far off script where it just messes them up, you got a whole ass problem. Now the next one you do better be real good.
So you're bang on. I can give you a bunch of examples of that. Like the Dragon Ball Z movie was so far off script and off cast that it bombed. The Star Wars Discovery, as a for instance, broke canon a bunch of times, and people were up in arms and angry, and they had to rewrite season 2 so that it fixed all the canon mistakes and then shoot these people into the future so that it never affected the other stuff. But in this scenario, and what I'm trying to explain to you is that this Doomsday book doesn't exist. Okay, so this is Marvel Disney sort of leaning into what they were going to do with Kang, and then leaning into something else. And there's something else I'm familiar with. Right on, Michael White. Right, the something else I'm more familiar with because it's the lead into Secret Wars, and they're going to crunch it together and sort of make their own thing out of it. So I'm very interested to see how they make this thing. Now, to back up a little bit, where they're going is where I started to read comics. Right, when I was a little kid and I first started to read comics, the man was a gentleman named Chris Claremont, and what he wanted to do when he joined Marvel was take these properties that are completely removed from each other and created by other people and bring them all together into a single universe. That's what he wanted to do. And he needed a character that he could insert in these different comics to drive that idea of bringing everybody together for one reason or the next. And that character was Kang. Right, so Kang makes an appearance as a completely different person in the X-Men, as a completely different person in Fantastic Four films, as a completely different person for the Avengers. Yes, quite frankly, 3 different names. But eventually you come to find out that it's this guy named Kang all the time. It always was. But in different times, he takes on different personas and does different things. In the end, shit is the fan, and Kang winds up in Secret Wars. And when he winds up in Secret Wars, this stuff we won't see. Dr. Doom's there along with a bunch of other folks, and he has a conversation with Dr. Doom, and it goes something along the lines of, "Oh, hey, like, we're related. You're my great grandfather," or something to that effect. And he's like, "What? I don't even know who you are." Nobody really knows who this Kang guy is. But Kang is really the driving factor that pulls the X-Men, the Avengers, and the Fantastic Four, as well as maybe a couple other properties, all together in Marvel Comics. And after that, you get those crazy crossover books and stuff like that moving forward. But the original crazy crossover book is the Secret War series.
Kids, I've only read maybe a couple, not even whole comics, just pages here and there out of comics. I just never really dug into it, but I read enough of comics and seen it come across on screen. Whether it was a cartoon, whether it was a movie, I get it. I just don't, I haven't dug myself all the way into the genre. Let's just say that. Now, what I get from it all is the secret to this sauce here is the continuation of the creation of new characters. And that might be something that you can't track back to any part of the story that people have read thus far. However, that's the intrigue. That and making sure that characters develop to fight him. If not, develop other characters to help fight this guy. And that extends the whole storyline over and over and over again. If you can continue to do that, people would think that this is already max Avengers. No, it can't get bigger than this. Yes, it can. If you find creative people that keeps creating characters and storylines to go with it and everything, create a platform for those characters to exist and add characters to the dimensions that help fight him, this thing can go on and on. You don't have to keep re-upping these other characters.
Well, like Deuce was saying, like Star Wars. Star Wars was a thing back in 1978. I remember seeing it. And now, they got a whole new mess of movies and Goku dude, little Baby Yoda thing, and series, and the Mandalorians, and spin-offs, and the Avengers with Disney and them. Yeah, they're gonna be making movies for decades off of this one story.
So 2 things to touch on where you were. The first one is the creation of new stuff. Hollywood is more or less devoid of creative talent. I'll just say that now.
Right, that's housing their own people.
I wish I could argue with that statement as well. You're probably 100%. There's definitely creative talent on the planet Earth. You know what I mean? It's just not in Hollywood. They've been recycling shit for decades, as as we're all well aware. This is basically a recycle because this has all been written already. All the characters are already created and have been continued to be created over the course of the last 20 years, right? Like, this is, again, I'm saying this stuff came out when I was a kid, right? So this was written, this is probably 1970, 78-ish. You know what I mean? Like, this is old stuff. So if this is old stuff and they're just now getting to it, imagine the amount of characters that have been created over the course of the last 50 years, right? Like, there's a lot of stuff going on. So, anyhow, tons of characters available. The big problem that they're really addressing here is sort of the problem that they ran into with Thanos. And Thanos, Thanos mollywops everybody in the beginning of that Avengers movie, the first one, right? He beats everybody down. Comes out, slaps up the Hulk. Hulk can't do nothing about it. Turned him in, made the Hulk, fear in the heart of the Hulk, like whooped him. And after you see something like that, you kind of stop and you realize maybe Earth's mightiest heroes aren't that mighty, though.
You
Right?
know what? You like when I do this show, when I put this show together, when I'm done titling it, doing the thumbnail, and I go to prepare the show for everybody to go see, and you start putting in keywords and all the hashtags and all that kind of stuff that comes with it, you probably wouldn't be surprised. But I titled the segment that we just did Doomsday Survival. You put in Doomsday as a hashtag, and you got levels of hashtags. You got red hashtags, which is not a whole lot of people in the algorithm really care to hear too much about this, but there's people. Then you get the yellow ones. Okay, now you're getting there. Then you get the green ones. The green ones, just put Doomsday in anything. It's green every time. And so I'm saying all that to lead to this. This day and time for this movie to come out with this title is perfect. Because it's Doomsday is viral right now. Because a lot of people got a lot of stuff on their mind. We're at war, and people can think of the worst easily. It's not hard for people amongst the world to think of the worst case scenario, and this is not far from it. So brilliant in that regard.
You know what else it is? It is also the name of my personal favorite rapper's first album.
Yeah, and looks like him too.
Well, he took a lot from Metal Face
MF Doom.
You damn straight. MF Doom took a lot from this particular character, and ran with it. If you were to listen to the Operation Doomsday LP, there are tons of skits and references to this particular character in lyric and in skits, etc. Like it's rampant. I expect, knock on some wood, I expect that there will be some sort of homage to MF Doom at some point in this movie, whether it's in the intro, outro, midway through, or something.
You mean like have him do like a song on the soundtrack kind of thing?
My thoughts is, what's that?
Keep dreaming.
I am dreaming, but there's been talk. So I'm under the impression, and I'm just going to put it out there now. I bet you $5 there will be a stripped down version of Doomsday.
There'll be some super video that they do outside of this movie that it's going to be a fan, like a fan made video that probably goes viral because people know him this way. But
I don't think so.
Forget about them including him in their money.
Okay.
So saying that Doom ain't getting none of that.
Well, that's what Nomad's saying. I'm just telling you that there's been a whole bunch of talk about this out there in the webs. I pay attention to both of these things. MCU, Marvel, MF Doom. Like they did that. Just stamp that shit with Kedz, and I'm just telling you, there's already a ton of
credit, and they ain't trying to give up. They already given up enough credits with all the sounds and music that they put in there. And
but this is a cool musical nod that they can make, and it costs them little to nothing.
Yeah, soundtrack money ain't much.
You know what I mean? It costs them little to nothing. It also allows them to pull in Doom fans because of the homage and things along those lines. But why I'm bringing it up is because it's a thing out there. People are talking about this, and I'm really hoping that it is a part of the movie and they figured a way to incorporate Metal Face Doom in some capacity.
Because it's not my thing because I don't like crowds, but like Comic-Con. I could see, if, the Avengers will have a big thing there and it's like, bring out MF Doom to do a song or some shit because he is a popular person. And part of his popularity is, Doom, Doomsday, Avengers. So they're going to, I would think, capitalize on that and play it up. The way Christopher Nolan put in, Travis Scott in the Odyssey. And it's like,
actually, I was gonna say the Nirvana spin in the last Batman. So they took something in the way Nirvana and used that as the entire soundtrack. Like the sound in the film was just a stripped down version of Something in the Way Nirvana throughout the better part of that the Robert Pattinson Batman film, the one that the penguin sort of comes out of. If you listen to it, you'll clue into what song's in the back now that I've said it, but it took me about 2 seconds to figure it out, and I was like, this is really dope. And it just continues as a brooding version of this song all the way through. And I could see them doing something like that with Operation Doomsday.
Dog, y'all tripping so hard. It's almost like y'all saying somebody in the executive level of the Avengers, Marvel, and whatever else is going on here is that cool, or they would be aware of that. That trust me.
I mean, they would be our age.
These motherfuckers, you probably have a hard time to get them to eat broccoli or something. You know what I mean? These some weird motherfuckers that run this thing, man. And they
I heard a 60-year-old newscaster quote Doom, and just to put that, and I'm not even talking. He's much older than any of us. And I was kind of shocked to see it.
Yeah, did you ever see that video where the executive of McDonald's, the executive for Burger King, are on camera and they're trying to eat their new products, and the weird ass motherfucker from McDonald's when he really didn't want to eat his shit? These are the kind of people you're dealing with. They ain't really human. They just robots for the most
part. You can say that, but again, this is popular culture. They are making a popular culture film. You do need a soundtrack. There's a guy that happens to take this guy's personal persona and has made a fortune doing it and is super popular. All the more reason to use it. He's also passed away, just to put that out there as well. So, it's not like you're going to have to pay him for eternity. You just throw a couple of bucks at it at some homage. You can probably buy this song dirty cheap off the estate. It keeps the estate up. They're happy. It gives him a little bit of love, and away you go.
There's got to be
Michael White. You're a bad MF, man. Let me read this. Man. So Michael White says Dr. Doom ran a utopian society with an iron hand as a dictator in the X-Men comics, actually in regular Marvel comics, but combining a contrast for the governance style of Kang and Thanos, the democratic style of the Avengers. Well said. And this is how I originally thought that they would bring him in. Latveria, which is the area, it's the land that he winds up being a ruler of. A villain in his land, in this land, a ruler. Sorry, Doom lyrics, but like to speak to this dude, like that's who he is. So he eventually becomes a political figure, takes on the UN and things along those lines, and that's the type of stuff that they may not throw into this movie. They might, but so there's an area that was Sokovia, I believe it is, that they brought into Marvel lore in the MCU. It's the area that the Scarlet Witch and her brother Quicksilver come from in Iron Man 2, maybe 3. I expect them to turn Sokovia, because it's been destroyed, into Latveria. And I expect this guy to take over Latveria, making it his own place, naming it Latveria as opposed to Sokovia, which has again been decimated and destroyed by Ultron. That's how the movies spun it.
Age of Ultron.
There you go. So that was the movie that I'm talking about. Actually, thank you, sir. So it was in the Age of Ultron film where with Scarlet Witch, etc. I expect Dr. Doom will turn Sokovia into Latveria and rule it with an iron fist, just as you described there, Michael.
Now, I don't know. I haven't seen all the movies.
Let me do right quick, Trips, because we got about 10 minutes to play with here. I'm going to feed right to you, Trips. There's only one other person besides me that can find a subliminal message in here, because Kedz is so steep into this culture. I don't know that he can find what I know Trips can articulate here. What is the subliminal message in here that you can find right here with this whole thing with Doomsday? Is there something right now that we probably should pay attention to in what you've seen in the trailer and what you just heard Kedz got through describing? Can you find one? Because I can't.
Go ahead.
I think subliminally they are telling us that there is absolute rule waiting to happen to society. And I'm not talking about the United States, I'm talking about global society. There is absolute rule. And I'm not talking about Democrat, Republican, I'm not talking about communist, socialist, I'm not talking about none of that shit. Push that shit to the side. They are saying in this movie subliminally, if you allow these ultra rich ass people to continue to do what they've been doing without buck, without ruck, without you saying nothing, they will absolutely rule you. And you best learn how to get together, get along, and use your power here, your power there, your power over here to tell this motherfucker no. That's the subliminal message I get from this.
I'm not going to sit here and say that you're incorrect. What I am going to say is, first of all, definitely wait for it before you get that deep, because this will be a bit of a different spin than even where your headspace is. There will be some level of political leaning in this film for certain. I almost forgot about that. Like, I didn't really, Michael, I didn't want to go down that road, man. I didn't really want to throw that.
You don't have to go deep, but let's just get on
level of. I'm not. I was just saying I didn't want to go down the Latveria piece, but I think that's this. I think that's what this is going to be. This is going to be initially his introduction to the MCU, the introduction of the X-Men and the Fantastic Four together. Trump or Putin. He's going to be more of a Putin than a Trump because of the accent. But I think this is going to be him creating his own land and taking over Sokovia and making it his now that he's in this area. And not only do they have to succumb to that and eventually give him the land, but much worse goes down. So on that note, we can end the show.
Oh, Trips has heard enough. Now you want to fire, don't you? Oh no.
No, I was just gonna say Latvia. Wasn't that the one with the twins, like the guy and the girl, and they could like run fast and one could change one?
So
that was that movie, right?
So Scarlet Witch is the twin sister of that. That's the movie. A twin sister of Quicksilver, and Quicksilver is supposed to be Magneto's son, but we won't get into that. They retcon that whole son-daughter thing. In any event, Scarlet Witch is still around causing havoc, and with the whole Age of Ultron movie, they wind up basically destroying this country. The country's decimated.
Yeah.
Countries in Eastern Europe, this guy's basically going to come down and go, okay, well, like, I'm from Eastern Europe. This is probably my home where I'm from. And I'm going to take this whole area over, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. And off he goes to take over this area. But once more, something else goes down that I'm not going to get into.
Plot twist. You got to have plot twist.
Super plot twist that again, not going to get into it. That will explain why he's here, why the X-Men and the Fantastic Four are here, what level of a threat he is, and that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Is what's his name? The funny guy with the red Deadpool. Is he in this?
Deadpool. I don't know officially.
He's my favorite.
He should be, because Ryan Reynolds was born to play that role. He's hilarious in that role. I'm not sure if this film if they want too much levity in this film, I'm just gonna be real. They're introducing, this is a movie about a villain. So they are introducing this villain, and I think they're going to want it to be a little bit on the darker side than light. What I can tell you, almost without a shadow of a doubt, is that Deadpool will return.
And you know what,
in Secret Wars.
You want to find out what the movie is gonna kind of look like and screenplay is gonna kind of play like. If they have a pre-release of a soundtrack and title of the song, you can kind of get a sense of what's gonna be what. And if you see something, a band or whoever is playing whatever song, and it looks like something comical, then you can see that getting played into it. But I'm like Kedz, I don't see that getting folded into this one.
I mean, there will be some jokes here and there that it goes without saying. There will be some general silliness, but not. I don't feel it will be
not the outright sarcasm of him.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be at Deadpool level. Like Deadpool is just completely flippant and hilarious all the way through. I think they're going to save that for the next big film, and the next big film is gonna be like if this film, somebody said this
to the table other than the comic part of
what's
it.
that?
What could he bring to the table other than that? The comic.
Deadpool?
Yeah,
nothing.
All right.
I mean, he's a superhero.
Deadpool is comic relief for this type of stuff. Like that's really what he is. So they will insert him in the next film when, guaranteed, because his character is hilarious. It's just what they'll do. But in this film, I don't think they will because they're. First of all, the budget is massive with all the folks they have in it already that we just saw. The second reason is, again, I think they're going to want to focus on the events of this film, how generally negative they are, as well as the end of the film and what the results thereof are. And, in that respect, I have an idea as to what happens in the end, and I'm pretty sure I have an idea as to what happens sort of smack in the middle. There's a few parts here that I'm still out on, but I can't wait to see it and find out that I'm 100% totally off base, and they did some spectacular shit I wasn't thinking.
And have you in the theater going, oh, shit.
Yeah.
Last thing, what you bet they build the entire play, the screenplay, off of Liam Hemsworth's character?
No chance.
I bet they do.
Is that Thor?
He's gonna get the most screenplay.
He's gonna get a lot because of two things. The first thing is the Avengers in this scenario have kind of disbanded, right? So, Hawkeye's, I don't believe in the film. I'm pretty sure he's probably just still rehabbing from his accident. Who are the Avengers? Doctor Strange likely in the film.
You know how you can measure this shit, kid?
Hulk.
Hulk's Hulk will probably be in the film, but again, he's the Hulk, right? Like,
that's a whole other conversation. But who has the most screen cachet right now?
It's probably you're probably right. You're probably right. It probably actually is Liam Hemsworth.
The Captain dude, Captain America.
He's gonna come in about midway through, if not 3/4 of the way
through. And he's got a weak ass character too, Trips. He's weak.
What about Papa Doc?
Big shot of the East Coast. No, Papa Doc. You're talking 8 Mile. He's just not. Sorry. He's done a lot of stuff in his role. He can't carry a film.
Man, Captain America ain't shit, man. I'll slap his ass. He ain't got nothing.
Yeah, he can't carry a film. So then that leaves you with Captain Marvel, who nobody really likes, and I'm just trying to think here. Black Widow, who's dead, and Iron Man, who's dead, and
Fantastic.
Well, he's not an Avenger. This is Avengers Doomsday, right? So it's gonna.
What's their
Fantastic Four?
Fantastic Four. There you go.
Right. So they're you're probably right, Nomad. To be honest with you, it's probably gonna revolve mostly around Liam Hemsworth initially. sort of figuring out that there's a big bad and getting a group of folks together to go and deal with them. And that's you're probably actually bang on.
He's got power from the gods, man. Come on now.
Yeah, but he ain't shit.
All right,
I'm
now.
just saying. I'm just saying. I like, and don't be surprised if the opening scene is him getting his ass whooped by Doctor Doom one time. Like you know what I'm saying. Like don't be shocked if that goes down early in the movie.
All right, I'll tell you what, man. I think you can't. There's no way to overplay that hand with Thor because he gets the power from the gods. Just remember that, and be disappointed if they give him ultimate power in this show. So,
okay, so
say that ahead of time.
So before we shut this down, and this was the most important part. The most important part is that Marvel has a power scaling issue, and power scaling is just sort of what I was getting into with Thanos whooping everybody's ass early. At some point, they have to level off the playing field because the existing Avengers, much of them are dead. They really like Captain America took a serum. He's pretty strong and he's fast and he could throw a shield. These guys can't really mess with some of the new level of bad that's coming down to them now. They just can't. Folks who can,
Black
kind of
Thor.
Yeah, those.
What's the powerful girl in there? The blonde.
Captain Marvel. Like Captain Marvel's probably the one who can actually whoop some real ass. Everybody else is pretty much just a regular Joe. In comparison to some of the big bad stuff that's coming down the tubes.
Maybe some of that magician shit could help here too.
Doctor Strange is there. Like he'll be in this movie, I'm quite sure, and maybe he can help. What I can also tell you, Doom is a very skilled magician as well. That'll probably show its
much there.
I probably told a little bit much. That's definitely a secret in the movie for sure. The other piece that I'm really trying to get to is this is why you kind of need to have the X-Men involved. Just the power levels of the existing X-Men that are there, way larger scale than what you have on the Avengers squad. So and then you have the brains of Reed Richards and strength, etc. Like those two teams are very powerful in comparison.
Trips, what you gonna do with a stretchy motherfucker here? Come on, man.
You don't do anything with him. He's not. His power sucks.
He stretches.
He stretches like just like you're saying. He sucks. But why he doesn't suck is and they haven't really positioned him as such. But because Tony Stark is dead, he'll easily and quickly take on the place of being the smartest man on Earth. He'll be the most intelligent scientific genius left over with Tony Stark now removed.
So he's really smart, but he can stretch too.
Yeah, the stretching part is like, yeah, great, thanks for coming out, bro. But can you fix this shit? And
cool, bro.
Yeah, cool. I mean, nice parlor trick. But,
hey, can you get those chips off the top shelf for me, homie? Good looks.
Thank you. Thanks to the good looking out, and my computer's busted.
You can play that. You can play that hand, but he ain't gonna do nothing.
No, not from a power perspective. His involvement again will be strategy and smarts. But anyways, that's Avengers Doomsday, y'all.
Nice.
All right, man, y'all. Let's round this thing off, man. It turned into a pretty good show. I didn't know how this was gonna go because kids don't like trailers and shit, and I didn't know how he was gonna react to it. But it was pretty fair right there. I like that.
I hate them. They give too much. They give so much,
man. But
they gave me so much, bro. Like you wouldn't even. You wouldn't even
because you know the books. Like I looked at it, I didn't know what the hell was going on.
Perfect.
I'm intrigued like an MFer, man. That's one of the best trailers I've ever seen in my life.
They gave me so much, gave away so many things I didn't want to know or see. But it's fine. I'll wipe them from my brain and enjoy it when I watch the movie because I will be watching this movie for sure. Done, no, definitely. Thanks, Deuce, man. Thanks for holding it down the whole night, man. Blessings to the family. Big ups to you, Michael White, man. Thanks for coming through and having a little bit of a a multiversal discussion with us. That was quite awesome. Shout outs to BT9 and Crimson and Scrolls and Ron Winarski. Who else?
Benji.
Oh yeah, Benji gets a big shout out. Shout out to Smitty Q as per normal. Even though you weren't here, we're sure you'll catch us on the flip side when you get back home. Who else? Gotta be a couple more folks. Oh, Dan Brown, man. Shout out to Dan. Thanks for kicking it with us tonight. FFG style, what up? Juju, what up? True Pilgrim as well for coming through. Heal. Shout out to all you guys, man. Really, really appreciate that. Yeah, man, it was a slice. Once again, big ups to Crimson for being member for 21 months.
Dropping gems.
Yeah, man, and thanks for BT9 for the super chat as well. Just giving a little bit of love to the folks.
And Dante Purified for the gems he gave. That was also a gift to the channel.
You got it.
Dante.
Thanks, Dante, and another shout out to Rel as well, man. Thanks for coming through, Rel. We appreciate it, and we won't hold it against you that you're a Cowboys fan. It's not.
And I love the fact that when we especially a movie like this, there's different, like we bring 3 different dimensions to that reaction to that trailer, because I'm just as low level as Trip is when it comes to this genre, but I chime in, I get into a little bit more, and I didn't mean to, because my girlfriend's mom at a certain stage of her disease, her dementia, really got into the Avengers. Whenever we would put that shit on the TV, she'd be have our nose buried into a word, one of those word doodle books, and she just loved doing those, man. Whenever she wouldn't stop, and whenever we turned that shit on, she'd put that motherfucker down. So they're doing something right.
They kind of got the team together from the previous 2 Avengers Endgame and Judgment Day films. So it should be, I can only expect these next few Avengers films to be really good. This is the setup to, like I say, what I considered the beginning of something really awesome in Marvel. Marvel has gone back to the well with Secret Wars twice. It's going to be a bit of an amalgamation between the 2 Secret Wars series, but I'm here for it. This is really the lead in, so they got to give us a good reason as to why. Why what happened next happens next.
All right, Trish, what you say here?
I think I've got to listen to some Last Up, Secret Wars and Secret Wars Part 2 tonight.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, bro.
But yeah, big up for everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us as we cover all the topics that we cover. Big up for subscribing to all 3 channels: the Nomad Network, Kedz Canuck, and Sports Chicago Style, also known as at RRSCS. And remember, next Wednesday on Some Extra Sauce, live and direct, MFer in the kitchen with Chef Trips. I don't know what's on the menu, but whatever it is, I'm sure it will be delicious. So before that, we should see you Sunday night for Nomad at Night. And guess what? We'll probably have some news from the rookies, them running around, getting sweaty, getting lathered up. I don't know what news could happen, but there will be something from Halas Hall. Let's go.
Shout out to everybody from all 3 channels, man. Again, make sure you subscribe to all 3 channels. We would appreciate it. And what you got coming forward on Wednesday? Of course, you got the chef that's coming up in the building every month. He's always there, surprising us and reminding me to make sure I get something good to eat before I get on that show, because he typically pisses me off making something good, making me want to eat. So I'll be on alert for that, hopefully. And also, man, something to look forward to between now and maybe Saturday. Shout out to Bearski Film, who does great content over there on his channel, putting out all those great videos. He did one for us for the Nomad Network, and I held on to it. He gave it to me at least a couple weeks ago at this point, but I held on to it. I'm gonna wait until those guys get into the building, maybe Saturday night, maybe wait until Sunday when we get on the show. Sunday we'll put it on, but somewhere
World premiere.
Yep, between now and then we'll debut that video, man. He highlighted those rookies, man, and I think you should see it. Good music produced by myself, but that's a whole other story. Thank you guys for being here, and just remember, I want you guys to be alert. I'm talking about in your everyday life. I'm talking about being aware of what to do and what not to do as far as your finances go, finding opportunities to save some money, starting to consider, at least at this point, hopefully everybody's considerate about starting to prepare and stock some stuff if you can. Put some stuff away if you can. It doesn't necessarily have to be food all the time, because that's hard to do right now in a tight spot. But if you can, you find you some non-perishables and you start putting them away, because we don't know what the future has for us, to be honest with you. And I don't think you can be too careful at this point in society right now. And I don't care if you live in the United States, Canada, the Netherlands, I don't care where you are. Start putting some shit away and start paying attention to how you spend your money. Don't be proud. Go ahead and get the whatever the bargains present to you. Start using those, man, taking advantage of them, and start getting yourself ready, because I feel like it's going to get kind of scary for most people. But when you stay prepared, you never have to get prepared. I just put it to you like that. Stay ready so you never have to get ready. You'll live by that and you'll be all right. But I got to leave you guys with these famous words, and thank you guys for being here. Love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.